Prologue. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly over the horrific tableau, solemnly forcing his grief down. There would be time later for such things. The newborn child lay quietly as he slept in his mother's arms, blissfully unaware that he was being held by a corpse. One of the first Jonin to have arrived on the scene, a silver-haired ANBU with a mask in the style of a dog, stepped forward. "What is to be done with the child, Lord Third?" asked Kakashi. Lord Third. The title stung Hiruzen, but that, he supposed, was what he was once again. The third Hokage. The old man sighed. "I do not know. There is no family left to him now." He stood in silent thought for a moment, then glanced sidelong at the young man beside him. "You knew Minato and Kushina well. Do you have any advice for what is to be done with their son?" The teen hesitated for a long moment before answering. "I do not know that it is my place to say, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen pondered this, eventually placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. "Minato cared for you very deeply," he said, "and I know that Kushina would have expected you to offer your advice to help care for her son. Indeed, if you didn't, I suspect there would have been hell to pay." Both men were silent for a long while, reflecting on bittersweet memories. Eventually, Kakashi spoke again. I know Kushina was quite close with Mikoto Uchiha. They had hoped their children would grow up to be friends, and the Uchiha are a powerful clan." The Hokage nodded. "Certainly a possibility. I shall ask among the Uchiha to see if anyone may be willing to look after young Naruto here. God knows, it's better than letting the poor boy grow up alone." Some years later, the Uchiha compound was filled, as was quite common in the afternoons, with the screams of fighting children. Taiki Uchiha sighed, exasperated, before poking his head out of the shop window. "Hey, Sasuke, Naruto, what are you fighting over this time?" The squabbling youths raised their heads to look across the street at the old man, their scuffle momentarily broken. "We were racing and Naruto cheated," Sasuke complained, pointing an accusing finger at the blonde boy. "Did not," Naruto shouted angrily. "Did too." As the fight began to devolve into a tussle once more, Taiki restrained his frustration with a groan and stepped outside towards the two. Reaching out, the elderly Uchiha grabbed both boys by a shoulder. "Young masters," he said loudly, his voice stern. Both boys fell silent immediately. Taiki directed his gaze at the dark-haired boy first. "Young Master Uchiha, your father would be very disappointed to see you fighting a brother over something as small as a race." The boy's head lowered into something of a sulk as Taiki turned to face the second offender. "And you, young Master Namikaze, you should not be stooping to violence to solve your disagreements, regardless of whether you really did cheat or not. Why would you ever want to hurt someone you cared about?" The small blonde boy turned his face away, ashamed, unwilling to meet the older man's eyes. "Now then, I want the two of you to shake hands, and then I expect this to be over." The two boys grudgingly turned to face one another, neither looking the other in the eye. Sasuke was first to extend a hand with a mumbled sorry. The other boy eventually took it and shook. "Me too," he said quietly. "Good," said Taiki appreciatively. "Now go and play. There's still a few hours before dinner. Why not go for a swim?" As the children ran off into the distance, chattering as though nothing had happened, Taiki sighed before stepping back inside. Just another day in the Uchiha compound. That night, Naruto awoke with a start when he heard Sasuke scream, bolting upright and running to the door. The sound had come from across the street. Naruto made a beeline for Sasuke's house, running the whole way. Rounding the corner wild-eyed, he came upon the scene of slaughter. Naruto took in the sight of it, almost uncomprehending. The street was littered with bodies, every one of them someone he knew by name, the ground painted red with the blood of his family. Naruto sank to his knees, a wordless whimper barely escaping his throat as he tried and failed to process what he was seeing. A single figure stood in the road amongst the dead, his red eyes fixed on Naruto. Naruto recognized the black-haired man. Itachi, he mumbled, trying to keep himself together somehow. What happened, Dash? Naruto's words were cut short by a powerful strike to his stomach. He sank to the floor, gagging, his face pressed to the ground as he coughed and retched for breath. Itachi turned to leave. Unable to move, Naruto watched through a film of tears as Sasuke emerged from his home, his own face streaked with tears. Sasuke's eyes were the same blazing red as Itachi's. Naruto could barely hear as the two conversed, watching helplessly as Sasuke attacked and was dispatched with practiced ease by the older brother. Naruto felt something hot bubbling inside him, pushing the fear and pain aside, something strong and fierce and red. On shaking legs, he picked himself up. Itachi was still standing dangerously close to Sasuke's immobile form. He seemed to be speaking, but Naruto heard nothing at all. Nothing beside the small voice hissing inside his head telling him to strike to kill. Get away from Sasuke, he roared, breaking into a run. The boy crossed the distance to Itachi in seconds. He reached out a hand towards the man's face. His fingers, tipped now, for some reason with sharp claws, extended as he reached toward Itachi's eyes. In that moment, Naruto wanted nothing more than to gouge and tear at the older man. Less than an inch to go. The following day, Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood alone in his office, staring out the window overlooking the village. At times like these, he truly wished that he had been the one to die when the Kyuubi came. Minato would have been able to handle all of this so much better. The smallest of rustling sounds behind Hiruzen alerted him of the arrival of his pupil. "Well, Jiraiya?" he asked. "How are they both?" "Traumatized," came the response. "What else could you have expected? Was this truly the best solution you could think of, Sensei?" The old man shook his head sadly. "It was the only way I could think of to avert a war. Had I resorted to diplomacy as I planned, our chances of secrecy would have been lost. Had I used anyone besides Itachi, someone might have suspected foul play. What of the fox?" The taller man moved to stand beside Hiruzen, his sandals tapping softly on the floor as he walked. "It is as you feared," he murmured with a sigh. "Naruto awakened the Kyuubi last night, and while the seal did hold, the danger is apparent considering his emotional state. If he finds himself wanting vengeance, the Kyuubi will not have to do much to convince him to let it out. It goes without saying that those boys need help, and fast, if they're to avoid the trauma of what they experienced getting the best of them. I may, perhaps, have a solution for that," came a voice from the door. Both men turned to look at the new arrival. Hello, Danzo, said Hiruzen, working to keep his face neutral. Hokage, the man replied with a curt nod before continuing. As you say, both of the boys are damaged in the extreme. Each of them is more than a little shocked and very, very hurt. Why not put them in my custody? The Foundation could do great things with 2 recruits of such talent. Jiraiya took a step forward, his face a picture of rage, but found Sarutobi's arm stopping him. I suggest you choose your words more carefully, Danzo, murmured the old man. I happen to know for a fact that if you ever successfully took Naruto and Sasuke into the root, both Sasuke's brother and Naruto's godfather Dash, he placed a gentle hand on his student's shoulder. Would want you dead, and I can tell you in utmost honesty that I would not search too hard for the killer. This certainly is a battle you can win, Danzo. You have the political capital, and I lack the power to refuse you forever. But you should consider that, for once, I am not your biggest obstacle here. The room was deadly silent for a few long, intense minutes. Danzo Shimura considered his options carefully, looking balefully into the eye of the barely restrained Sannin. We are not enemies, you know, he said eventually. Touch my godson and you die, Jiraiya spat. Get close to him in any way and you die, am I clear? Hiruzen did his best to smile apologetically. Despite the attempt, it came out as more of a winning grin. Please forgive my student. Jiraiya never really had a head for politics, and so I am afraid he might react to your strategies in much the same way as a sledgehammer might react to a chess set. After another long silence, the brown-haired man turned to leave. Before he reached the door, Danzo gave a parting remark over his shoulder. Killing them was the right choice, Hiruzen. Before Danzo could take another step, the third Hokage's fist connected with his face, knocking him staggering several paces before he regained his balance. If you ever force my hand like that again, the old man hissed, not only will I kill you, I will tear every last piece of your foundation away from this village and burn it. Am I understood? The 2 men looked long and hard into one another's eyes before Danzo wordlessly turned and walked away. That went well, said the old man brightly, massaging his knuckles. I always wanted an excuse to punch him. I swear I will end that man one day, Jiraiya grunted. But the fact still remains that we have 2 traumatized children out there with the potential to turn into S-class criminals if we aren't careful. What do you plan to do, Sensei? Hiruzen sighed once again, staring out at the rooftops all around him without really seeing them. For the moment, damage control. The boys need to know that they aren't alone, and I feel it would be best if someone their own age made the first move. I have made contact with a young man who might be able to assist in that regard. He's a bright enough lad to comprehend the delicacy of the situation. Jiraiya grunted once again. Well, I suppose it's a start. Both men watched the sun begin to set together in silence. 2 weeks later, Shikamaru Nara was very bored. Not only did this assignment feel totally unnecessary, but looking after a pair of kids, both of them apparently stronger than him, seemed like so many different kinds of drag. He sat back on the swing set as his father pushed him, not normally present during playtime, but here today to offer tactical support. Bishop takes your knight. Shikamaru spoke quietly as he swung forwards and back, waiting for the targets to arrive. and my lance takes your bishop," intoned Shikaku without hesitation, displaying that infuriating little quirk of showing he had anticipated the move. A gentleman would at least have pretended to be surprised by his stratagem. Shikamaru considered the board in his mind's eye, analyzing the placement of the pieces and looking for flaws in his strategy. It wasn't long before he saw it. He groaned. "I lose in 5. You lose in 5. Shikaku agreed with just the faintest hint of amusement. "Well then," the boy said, stretching. "Time to get to work, I guess." In the periphery of their vision, the pair watched as two blank-faced boys arrived, followed closely by a lone medical ninja. As Shikamaru watched, the two children, moving in silence, headed for a sturdy-looking tree. The blond boy pulled out a set of practice shuriken from his pocket and placed it on the floor between myself and the other boy. Still silent and moving with an eerie synchronicity, the pair began taking turns throwing sets of blades at the tree bark and retrieving them, their aim near perfect. Shikamaru exchanged a glance with his father. "This really is bad, huh?" He signaled to the older man, relying on hand signals over audible speech. Shikaku gave a curt nod. The boy groaned in annoyance. He had been hoping to get a day off today. He hopped off the swing and approached. "Broken." The two boys trained together in silence, driven by a single unspoken agreement. They needed to get stronger. With each throw, they took note of the errors in flight paths, made adjustments for wind variations. They were getting better, millimeter by millimeter. Their practice was interrupted in short order by a young kid around their own age, his unruly black hair tied back with a band. "Hey," the boy called out as he approached, pulling out his own set of practice blades. "Mind if I join you?" Shikamaru. After watching for a few minutes, Shikamaru had devised his angle of approach. He needed to get them to speak with him, and he needed it to be more than just a one-off thing. In order for that to happen, he needed to have something that the other boys wanted and that he decided would be superior skill. The boy signaled his father again. "Make me more accurate?" he asked, and was met with a curt nod. Shikamaru took a deep breath and approached. "Hey, mind if I join you?" he called out, walking over casually. The other two glanced at one another before the blond boy broke his strange silence, his voice rasping slightly as though he hadn't spoken in days. "Sure, I guess." Shikamaru did his best to ignore the strangeness of the other boy's voice, as well as the indifference it made no effort to conceal. Taking up a throwing stance between the other two, Shikamaru prepared himself. He felt a strange, tugging sensation as his father's shadow took control of him, feeling it pulling at his throwing arm, spacing his feet ever so slightly further apart. He didn't resist. With his father guiding the throw, Shikamaru placed 3 shuriken one after another in a perfect line. He noted the other 2 looking at him, gauging him. "You're pretty good," said the dark-haired boy in that same, barely used voice. "Can you give us some pointers?" asked the other boy, his words tinted with just the vaguest hint of curiosity. "Good," thought Shikamaru. If reports were accurate, that was the first sign of outward emotion either boy had shown since regaining their mobility. "Sure," he replied with a shrug. "Show me how you do it, and I can tell you what you're doing wrong." The dark-haired boy went first, pulling Shikamaru's blades from the tree and handing them to him before taking up his stance and throwing. Shikamaru felt his hand moving in familiar signals. It was his father sending him a message. Fingers misaligned, pulling blades to the left. "You're holding them wrong. It's pulling you off target," Shikamaru said quietly, injecting just a hint of annoyance into his voice. "Try like this." By his father's command, he felt his body moving forward, reaching out to correct the other boy's grip. Sasuke accepted the adjustment wordlessly and tried again. This time, his shot went wide to the right, each blade a uniform inch off target. Sasuke glared at him. Shikamaru sighed. "And that," he said, not requiring his father's input this time, "was because you tried to adjust for a problem that isn't there anymore. Try again." The boy scowled, but did so, this time striking home. He grunted appreciatively. Shikamaru turned to the blond boy. "Your turn." The blond youth obediently took up his stance and threw. Before the shuriken even struck the tree, Shikamaru felt his hand signaling. Tension in wrist. Foot position wrong. Facing wrong direction by 4 degrees. "You need to loosen up a little. Your arms all stiff." Shikamaru waggled his hand demonstratively. "And you need to turn around a little bit." He felt himself step forward to reposition the other boy, holding him by the shoulders and turning him slightly. Naruto took a second shot, his aim improving fractionally. "Nice one," Shikamaru said appreciatively. The three continued in the same fashion for an hour or so before Shikamaru decided it was time to test his approach. "Sorry," he said, apologetic. "I gotta go home. Want to do this again sometime?" The blond boy nodded, the dark-haired one seeming a touch more subdued. "Same time tomorrow?" Naruto asked. Shikamaru nodded, smiling. "Sure. I might bring a friend or two along for some taijutsu practice," he said. This was good. He had proven himself to have value and could use it to build from there, he hoped. "See ya." Shikamaru waved as he ran off, grasping his father's hand. "Good work," Shikaku murmured quietly as they walked. "Yeah, whatever," Shikamaru grumbled. "Can we get sukiyaki for dinner?" A few days later, Naruto and Sasuke. The time had passed rather quickly to Naruto. Since their first meeting, he and Sasuke had met up with Shikamaru on a near-daily basis, practicing fighting techniques and maneuvers. Shikamaru, true to his word, had started bringing others along to train with. Usually, the partners were either a blonde girl who kept giving Sasuke the eye, or a chubby kid whose taijutsu style seemed to revolve near entirely around grapples and single, heavy hits. Occasionally, others would be there too, like Kiba, an energetic boy who never seemed to stop moving, or Shino, a quiet kid who always wore sunglasses. After the first few sessions, Choji, the pudgy, strong one, had suggested they all go to lunch together. They had done so. It had been nice sitting on a bench surrounded by loud kids stuffing themselves. Naruto had felt just a touch more human, and in that moment, he had cried. The others had thought it was weird, but Sasuke and, for some reason, Shikamaru had both given them death glares fierce enough that no one had said anything. Naruto and Sasuke were sparring together, fists moving rapidly as they moved around one another on the small training mat that lay in the corner of their shared apartment. The offer had been made at first of separate apartments for the two, but neither Naruto nor Sasuke had wanted to be left alone. The two had requested joint accommodation. Sasuke circled around Naruto, his footwork light and his stance balanced. Naruto turned with the dark-haired boy, determined to keep his focus on him, not wanting to miss a thing. Sasuke made to attack from the left, and Naruto shifted his defense to face the threat, leaving himself open to Sasuke's sudden change of direction. Pivoting on the heel of his foot, the pale boy launched a kick at the blonde, catching his undefended side and winding him. Sasuke pressed forward, launching two short jabs at Naruto's face, only one of which the blonde boy managed to bring his arm up in time to defend. As he did so, Naruto realized belatedly that he had blinded himself in the attempt, his arm now covering his eyes. He was sent sprawling by a second kick to his ribs, the blow knocking the air out of him completely. As he lay gasping on the floor, Sasuke stood above him with the very faintest of grins on his face. He extended a hand, and Naruto took it, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Seriously, just how much practice did you do at that?" he asked. "More than you. It looks like," Sasuke commented. "We really need to work on your taijutsu skills." "Ugh, why though?" Naruto grimaced. "You already know I'm way better at ninjutsu stuff than taijutsu. Why should I have to focus on what I suck at?" Sasuke poked him in the shoulder. "Because, Burbrain, the enemy knows you're bad at taijutsu too. If you don't get better, he can use that. We can't afford to have weaknesses anymore." Naruto felt a pang of pain at the mention of Itachi. The scar still felt a bit too raw to think about for the moment. His face fell. "Yeah," he muttered. "I know." Sasuke hesitated, the pain clear on his face. Sorry, I didn't mean dash." "It's fine." Naruto cut him off, forcing a smile. "Maybe I can ask Shikamaru for some pointers." There was a knock on the door, and Naruto headed over to answer it, dusting himself off as Sasuke started rolling up the training mat. In the doorway stood a tall man with round shaded glasses and a navy blue shinobi uniform. "Good afternoon, honorable son," he said, raising a hand politely. "May I come in?" Naruto was somewhat taken aback by this, standing aside to allow the man entry more by reflex than anything else. Honorable what?" he asked. The man strode inside purposefully, noticing Sasuke stowing the training mat. Excellent. You have some rudimentary facilities set up already. Wonderful." Both boys looked at the strange man, their eyebrows raised. Sasuke spoke up first. Sir, not to offend you or anything, but who are you and more to the point? Why are you here?" Of course," the man said unabashed. "Well, young Master Uchiha, it has recently been brought to my attention by one Shikakanara that the two of you are looking to improve your skill levels in preparation for the academy. Given that young Master Namikaze," he pointed at Naruto, "is who he is, it was considered appropriate to offer my services. My name is Ebisu, and should you wish it, I will be the honorable son's personal instructor in all applicable ninja skills until he attains the rank of genin. Given your nobility and your situation, you may feel free to join us as well, young Master Uchiha." The two children stared at him for a long moment. "Wait," Naruto muttered. "Since when do I get a personal instructor?" Ebisu's glasses flashed as he turned to face the boy. "Why, since it became apparent that you could use one, honorable son." "So, you want to train us?" Sasuke cut in. "Indeed, young master." Ebisu replied with a nod. To do so would be a source of immense pride to me. And you could teach us new stuff? Naruto asked. Ebisu chuckled. Well, I certainly wouldn't be much of an instructor if I couldn't help you expand your skill sets, would I? There was a brief pause as the two boys considered this. Okay, sure, Sasuke shrugged. Naruto needs help with his taijutsu. Naruto nodded in agreement. I have no doubt that he does, young Master Sasuke. Ebisu replied, grinning. But so I would wager, do you? Now, let's unpack that training mat there, so I can see what you both can do. Ebisu began by asking that Sasuke and Naruto spar against one another, watching intently as they did so. Once the match was over, another clear victory for Sasuke, he began shaking his head, glasses flashing. I can see there's plenty of work for me to do here, he said, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Then he began listing every minute flaw he had noticed in both boys' techniques. That done, he them to sparring again, each with a specific aspect of their technique to focus on. Thus it continued for at least an hour before Ebisu announced an end for the day and proceeded to drag them off to a nearby field for target practice, standing both boys a good 5 meters further away from the target than they would normally stand. Neither boy complained, silently taking turn after turn throwing kunai and shuriken at the targets, large wooden post-like structures painted with colored rings. Ebisu stood behind each boy in turn, making adjustments to stance and position as they threw, chiding them on every failure and praising their success. Finally, just as the sun was beginning to set, Ebisu gave them a challenge. Now then, boys, normally this doesn't happen till much later, but let's make a deal. If either of you can get all 3 blades, kunai or shuriken, into the very center of the target on the next shot, I will teach you both how to do a simple ninjutsu. You wouldn't normally get to learn those until the academy. Both boys gave Ebisu a strange look. Really? Naruto asked. We aren't supposed to know how to do those yet. I thought it was just a normal thing you learned growing up. Sasuke said with a shrug. Ebisu missed the inflections in their tones and continued, his stride unbroken. Indeed not. Most young ninja learn their first ninjutsu at the age of 11. They must do so under strict academic supervision, lest something go wrong. I, Ebisu, however, am willing to teach you. Okay, Naruto muttered, his head cocked to the side slightly. Sasuke, and I already know a couple, though. Ebisu laughed, expecting childish bravado or perhaps some half-formed clones. Well then, go ahead and show me, boys. Unleash the might of your clans. Sasuke and Naruto looked at one another for a moment, then shrugged. Sure, why not? Sasuke agreed. He went first, making the hand seals for horse, serpent, and ram before Ebisu noticed the configuration. Hey, wait a SE dash, he started, but Sasuke had already completed the signs. The boy breathed a deep breath, filling his lungs with air and infusing it with his chakra, before exhaling explosively. Explosively in a literal sense. The fireball was a clear meter from side to side, and it positively rocketed towards the distant target, striking it with the satisfying sound of crunching wood. When it eventually faded, all that remained were 2 small, charred stumps where the target had once stood. Huh, thought Ebisu absently through the shock. That's a Chunin-level technique, at least. He turned to Naruto, feeling slightly faint. And you, honorable son? He asked. Well, I can't do that, Naruto admitted. Our dad said I didn't have the right kind of chakra, but I can do this. He began moving his hands. Tiger, ox, dog, rabbit. Oh god, no, thought Ebisu. Snake. Naruto finished. The boy inhaled as Sasuke had and released the stored chakra at the second target. Wind style, great breakthrough, he said with a grin, just as the collected mass of air struck the target, blasting the wooden panels straight off of the posts. After this display, Ebisu had to sit down for a while. Naruto and Sasuke, pumped with the joy of surprising a pro ninja, set about sparring again, punching and kicking gleefully as they half fought, half raced around the perimeter of the training ground. The distressed teacher put his head to rest in his hands and muttered to quietly himself. Who in their right mind teaches a 7-year-old to breathe fire? Time passed on in the Leaf Village, and the days stretched onwards into years. Naruto and Sasuke trained with Ebisu as often and for as long as they could. Gradually, their mistakes became fewer and further between. Naruto came to revel in his attachments with Shikamaru, Choji, and the other children. Sasuke, though less enamored of it all, still accompanied him whenever he met with them. Gradually, the damage began to fade. The day of the Genin exam, Sakura sat in the classroom for what she hoped to be the final time. The exams were finally over. The theory tests had been easy, the physical aspects slightly harder, although who was supposed to find summoning a single clone challenging? This, however, had her worried. Sakura wanted to be on a team with Sasuke, no matter what. At this moment in time, it felt as though her whole world hung in the balance. She put her head in her hands and prayed. Team 10, called the instructor. Shikamaru, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka. Sakura nodded. That configuration went without saying. The Ino Shikacho families always went in the same group for the sake of their teamwork. Team 8, Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka. This brought Sakura's head up in confusion. Why have all three of the class's sensory types in the same group? Was the intent to form some kind of scouting squad? Team 7, Naruto Namikaze, Sakura Haruno. Sakura crossed her fingers and closed her eyes, hoping against hope. Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura leapt to her feet, her hands raised in celebration of her victory as she all but cheered. Next to her, Sasuke chuckled lightly and offered his hand. I'll look forward to working with you, Sakura, he said quietly. Sakura took the proffered hand and shook, blushing a bright red that Sasuke luckily seemed not to notice. In the corner of her eye, she noticed Ino glaring at her and turned a sly smirk her way. Glancing over at Naruto, her other new teammate, Sakura gave a covert thumbs up. He seemed a nice boy, all things considered, perhaps a little dorky, but his scores were about equal with Sasuke's, so she guessed she just scored the teammate jackpot. The blonde boy gave her a wide grin, and she chuckled. Okay, maybe more than just a little dorky. She thought cheerfully. You are each to meet your new instructors at the locations presented, called the sensei, pointing to the blackboard. Sakura glanced at it. Team 7, Hatake Kakashi, Central Terrace, 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. She read, easy enough. Sakura left the room for the last time with the rest of the new genin, chatting quietly with Sasuke as Naruto ran ahead with Kiba. Casting her eyes around the rest of the graduating class, Sakura caught sight of Hinata Hyuga, a quiet girl who usually sat in the back, gazing at Naruto from behind, the smallest of smiles on her face. Sasuke, it seemed, noticed too. He leaned over to whisper Sakura's ear. "She's been giving him looks like that all year," he whispered. "Can you believe the goofball still hasn't noticed?" Sakura laughed awkwardly. "Yeah, imagine not noticing when a girl makes it really obvious they like you," she said, blushing slightly. Sasuke grinned, the irony completely lost on him. All that aside, Sakura couldn't really dispute Hinata's choice. He may not have been her type, but Naruto was studious, strong, and at least a little cute. Sakura just shrugged and kept on walking. 6:20 a.m. the following day. Wonder what our new sensei is going to be like. Naruto mused aloud. Probably really tough. Sakura nodded enthusiastically. Maybe a fearsome ninjutsu user, or a deadly kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. 6:40 morgens. We did get the right place, didn't we? Sasuke asked. 7:10 a.m. What on earth could be keeping him? Naruto asked of the empty air, frustrated. 8 Uhr morgens. Okay, seriously, what the hell? Sasuke exploded. Where is the inconsiderate PRI dash? Good morning, team, said Kakashi Hatake quietly. Sorry I'm late. I had to take a puppy to the hospital. It broke its leg, you see. Sasuke visibly deflated, his anger seeping out until, with a low grumble, he sat himself down on one of the nearby benches. The three genin eyed their new teacher balefully. Silver hair, eye patch, mask, kinda tall, but neither massively built nor decked out with specialized weapons. He didn't look like much. Well then, team, said Kakashi in that same quiet voice. I suggest we begin with introductions. Doesn't that sound like fun? The three nodded, Sasuke somewhat grudgingly. Excellent, Kakashi continued. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I like reading, learning, and running with my dogs. I dislike slowpokes and idiots. My goal in life is to keep all of my remaining friends alive. Who wants to go next? The three genin glanced between themselves. Kakashi had managed to make that last part dark. Hesitantly, Sakura raised her hand. Me? Kakashi nodded quietly, and the two boys gave her their full attention. Well, my name is Sakura Haruno. What I like is, the person I like. She tailed off, flashing Sasuke a glance before going bright red. Kakashi sighed, and Naruto did a comically exaggerated face-palming gesture. Sasuke quietly waited for her to finish. Yes, thank you, Sakura, Kakashi muttered. That was very informative. What even was it with 12-year-old girls anyway? Sasuke, why don't you go next? Sasuke looked away from the pink-haired girl and shrugged. Sure, although that one, he pointed at Naruto, already knows me pretty damn well. Where to start? Im Sasuke Uchiha. I like barbecue, sparring, and pretty girls. He shot Sakura a wink, redoubling her blush. I dislike squid, festivals, and cold showers. My goal in life. His tone dropped a fraction, becoming very serious in a matter of moments, is to end the life of a particular man. Although, I wouldn't really call it a goal, as a goal implies a lack of certainty. The fact is that I will be certain to make it happen, whatever it takes. Sakura stared at the dark-haired boy, her smile and blush fading away as if never there. From anyone else, she wouldn't have believed it, would have taken it for a joke. The way Sasuke said it, though, it made her shudder. As she watched, Naruto placed a hand on the other boy's shoulder. The two boys gazed at one another for a moment, before each of them broke into a grin. Yeah, Kakashi said evenly. That's about what I was expecting. How about our last party member? What have you got for us? Naruto's grin stayed on his face as he removed his hand from Sasuke's arm. Well, he said calmly, my name is Naruto Namikaze. I like manga and games, and my guilty pleasure food is ramen. Sakura nodded politely. Yeah, ramen's tasty. It is quite good, agreed Kakashi. Naruto beamed. Have you guys tried that place called Ichiraku? They do the best pork bowls, and on the side, they do this thing with eggs and dash. Sasuke prodded him hard in the side. Introduction now, food later, he said in playful irritation. Naruto grinned at him, unabashed. Sorry, now my dislikes. I don't like hot places, people who drink too much, and being called honorable son. Sasuke snorted and Naruto looked at him balefully. Trust me, it gets old. As for my goal, Naruto shrugged, embarrassed. I'm gonna help Sasuke kill a man. After that, I don't know, maybe open a restaurant somewhere? I like to cook. While Sasuke had made the proclamation with a sense of seriousness, Naruto said it very matter-of-factly. Sakura wasn't sure which was worse. The girl couldn't help but ask, who is it? The other three looked at her in confusion. Isn't it kind of obvious? Sasuke asked, to which Sakura shook her head mutely. Huh, guess she never heard. Naruto murmured in mild surprise. Guess not, Sasuke agreed. Well, Sakura, maybe look up the Uchiha massacre sometime. If possible, though, I'd rather not discuss it here. There's too much personal stuff involved, I guess. Good call, agreed Kakashi. Now then, let's get on with our team assignment. The two boys nodded, and Sakura, still nervous and full of unanswered questions, eventually gave her own assent as well. Great, he continued. First up, we have a training exercise at the third training ground at 6 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Be sure to bring full mission equipment, and little tip from me, you might want to skip breakfast. The three nodded again. Before that, though, I have another mission for you. You get the rest of the day off. Spend it getting to know each other. Consider it a teamwork exercise, okay? With that, the silver-haired Jonin vanished just as suddenly as he'd arrived, leaving not a trace of him in sight. Day 1. Sakura. All in all, the day was fun. The three Genin had spent the morning wandering the village markets together. As they traveled, they had talked mostly about the days they had spent together at the academy, instructors they liked or disliked, friends they had made, and people they hated there. After a time, Sasuke had suggested the three of them go a few rounds somewhere in order to get a feel for one another's abilities and tactics. The other two had agreed. Sasuke had led the way to a small dojo kept by a man with dark glasses who Naruto and Sasuke referred to as Ebisu Sensei. Under this man's instructions, Sakura had sparred against first Naruto and then Sasuke. Neither match had gone well for her. Sakura felt her self-confidence dropping rapidly. How was she supposed to contribute in a team with the two strongest ninja in the year? The supposed sensei, on the other hand, had seemed relatively impressed. Not bad at all, considering your lack of one-to-one training, he said appreciatively after watching Sasuke put Sakura on the mat for the third time. If I may say so, you have an impressive amount of talent for one of such ordinary origins. Why, if you work at it, you might even be able to catch up to your teammates before too long. Sakura didn't know how to respond to that, torn between anger at his comment on her birth and being flattered by his regard of her talent. Just one thing, though, Ebisu continued, walking over to a small box in the corner of the room and rummaging inside. You need to do something about that hair. It's far too long, and any ninja worth a damn knows how to take advantage of that. Sakura recoiled, making to cover her bubblegum pink locks with her hands. She loved her hair. It was, she felt, one of her most attractive features. Naruto, unwisely, laughed a little at this and received a look of enough venom to kill a man at 100 paces. He shrank slightly under the ferocity of Sakura's gaze, at which point it was Sasuke's turn to laugh. Can you stop terrorizing Naruto, please, Sakura? He snickered. I won't be able to get any sleep with him crying in the other room all night. Something about that comment seemed strange to Sakura, and she thought it over for a moment. Wait, what do you mean by other room? She asked. Again, the two boys were looking at her strangely. It was Ebisu who broke the silence first. They lived together, Sakura, he said conversationally as he found what he was looking for and stood up once again, a small triangle of cloth in his hand. Now then, I know a lot of girls your age have problems with getting rid of their hair for missions. So, I'm going to teach you how to tie a bandana to hold it all in place, all right? Sakura mulled this new information over in her head as the tall man set about fixing the cloth to her head, tying it in with her headband. It did explain why the two boys seemed so close all the time, and how a dorky kid like Naruto was able to keep up with a genius like Sasuke. Huh, she said aloud, more to fill the silence than anything else. Honestly, I thought everyone already knew at this point, Naruto said with a shrug. But I guess you never really hung out with Shikamaru and the guys, did you? Sakura shook her head, causing Ebisu to mutter in frustration as she shook the bandana loose. Just what am I missing here? She asked herself, more than a little confused. These two live together, but they clearly aren't related, and every time I ask a question about it, people start looking at me like I'm an idiot. What's the deal? Sakura eventually resolved not to ask any more questions. Just in case, she asked another thing that made her look stupid. Instead, she resolved to head to the library as soon as she could. The rest of the afternoon was instructive. After her new teammates were finished taking it in turns to humiliate her combat skills, they began sparring between themselves, asking her to watch so as to gauge their abilities and fighting styles. The more Sakura watched, the more aware she became of just how much more skilled her teammates were than she was. The way they moved had none of the indecisiveness that most of her fellow academy students held. And with each punch the boys threw, Sakura became more aware that they had been holding back on her. After being defeated in each of the 6 sparring sessions Ebisu had instructed them to hold, Sakura had been left with a few sore muscles and her 2 bruises where she had hit the mat. Watching the fight between Naruto and Sasuke, she could already see they were drawing blood. Naruto was bleeding from his lip, and Sasuke had a black eye. Not only that, but the fight had been going for a good 5 minutes now and showed no sign of slowing down. Ebisu sat down comfortably beside her as they watched the brutal spectacle unfold. Are they always like this? Sakura asked. Yes, for the most part. Ebisu responded casually. They don't much like to hold back, those two. But all those injuries, Sakura murmured as she watched the dark-haired boy plunge a fist into the blonde's side with an audible crunch. If they're like this every time, how come they always look fine during class, instead of looking like they just got through a war? Good question, Ebisu said, smiling at her. You're an observant girl. Both Naruto and Sasuke have very high levels of chakra for kids their age, a factor that imparts a modicum of accelerated healing to those who have it. As I understand it, the two of them have been beating each other up like this before bed each night with a near religious fervor, only to wake up good as new the following morning. As he spoke, the blond boy landed a kick to his opponent's gut, sending him down to his knees, wheezing. Before he could capitalize on his advantage, though, Sasuke ducked and rolled to the side, hopping back to his feet with a grin. As you can see, Ebisu said with only a slight wince of sympathy, their pain tolerance has become quite remarkable. But, Sakura whispered breathlessly, that's insane. Not just insane, it's stupid. Ebisu looked down at Sakura with an appraising expression. The two sparring boys stopped in their tracks and gazed across at her as though she had said something silly again. Why? Naruto asked. I mean, I get that it's kind of extreme, but why is it stupid? Sakura flushed pink at the feeling of once again being put on the spot, but took a deep breath and spoke her piece. Fighting each other so roughly like that every day is a really bad idea, she insisted. Watching the way you two fight, taking every hit so that you can deal more damage, it's a really terrible way to approach fighting ninja, especially when both the hidden mist and the hidden sand are on record as having used poison in the past. Letting yourselves get hit over and over has got to have a serious impact on your instinctive response to dodge. And if someone comes at you with a poison weapon, it doesn't matter how strong your pain tolerance is. One hit will take you down. Sakura finished her explanation, looking down at the floor, her blush almost matching her hair in intensity. Now she waited for the inevitable moment when someone in the room pointed out, probably with that condescendingly patient tone people use to talk to children, where she had gone wrong. What was she even doing telling geniuses how to fight? She bowed her head and waited. Well, shit, said Sasuke, after what felt like an eternity. She's right, isn't she? Sakura made a small, squeaking noise, taken utterly off guard. Oh God, how did we not notice that? Naruto groaned, bringing a hand to his face. Ebisu merely grinned. Just thank God that you two have a smart teammate backing you up. He gave her another of those appraising looks. You know, you have a pretty good head on your shoulders. Maybe you should try and fill the role of team tactician until you're strong enough to fight alongside these two properly. Sakura blushed brighter still. And me? Tactician? But that's dash. Very important. Sasuke finished for her with a grin. We could use someone like that. He glanced over at Naruto for a moment. And I suppose we need to look into training ourselves to dodge better. Their impromptu training session concluded. Ebisu had offered to take the four of them out for lunch as a celebration of them all becoming genin. As they sat in a small barbecue joint, they had talked, discussing tactics and strategies. Ebisu interjected occasionally with the experience problems that many teams faced in the field. Every time Sakura had an idea, the other three had fallen silent and listened to her intently, taking what she said and picking it apart, sometimes accepting her suggestions as good ideas, sometimes making slight adjustments and improvements before taking them on board. Sakura found herself smiling more and more as the day went on. Here she was on a team with the best in the class. More than that, though, she was holding her own. The three genin bid Ebisu sensei good night, and as Sakura walked with her two teammates in a companionable silence, she remembered she had just one last question that needed answering. She bid the other two good night and made her way to the library before pulling up every record she could find that made mention of the Uchiha massacre. Then Sakura sat down and read a very unhappy story. Point 6:00 am. He better be on time today. Sasuke grumbled, yawning. The trip over and the early arrival time had meant getting up before 5. He stretched, shooting a sour glance at Naruto, chipper as ever. Why did he have to be so infuriatingly good at mornings? Sakura, at least, had the decency to look tired and more than a little distant this morning. Maybe she just didn't sleep well? 6:20 morgens. Sakura felt awkward, far more so than she had yesterday. Yesterday, she had just been an underdog, but now? If Sakura had read the reports right, those two had been living like siblings when the Uchiha clan was destroyed. If Sakura had her impressions from the previous day right, then the person they wanted to kill was Sasuke's own brother. How was she supposed to feel about any of this? Adding to that, as it turned out, Naruto's last name, Namake's, was the family name of the fourth Hokage, famously the fastest and deadliest shinobi of his time. Sakura was at a loss. "Hey," a quiet voice said beside her, causing the pink-haired girl to jump as if shocked. Naruto chuckled slightly and sat down beside her. "Wow, you really are out of it this morning. What's up?" Sakura hesitated. None of it was any kind of secret, but it all seemed kind of personal. So, she started. "I know what honorable son means now." "Please don't start calling me it," Naruto groaned. It already took ages to get him. He pointed at Sasuke. To stop after Ebisu's sensei started up. That raised another question in Sakura's head. "So, what's the deal with Ebisu anyway?" she asked. "Who is he?" "Someone from the academy." Naruto shook his head. "He was Sasuke and my personal instructor since we were 7. He shrugged at the surprised look she gave him. "Perks of being a Hokage's kid. But he stopped being our teacher when we became Genin. Apparently, he's training the current Hokage's grandson instead now." Sasuke and I asked him to take a look at our new teammate, and he agreed. Sakura blushed slightly in embarrassment. "Did he like what he saw?" she asked. Naruto put a hand on the taller girl's shoulder and smiled. "We all did, Sakura. You already made me and Sasuke better just by watching us fight for a while. We're going to be awesome together." Sakura was only slightly reassured. She still hadn't addressed the biggest problem. "And I also found out about Itachi," she mumbled. This got Sasuke's attention, and he looked up from where he lay on the ground. "And," he asked calmly, "how do you feel about that?" Kinda weird," Sakura admitted, talking mostly to her feet. "Never met someone with a grudge before." "Yeah, I can get that," Naruto answered, grinning. But you don't have to worry, Sakura. That's all a long way off yet, and it doesn't even have to involve you if you don't want it to. For now, we just got to focus on becoming the best team we can. Sakura smiled slightly. Thanks, Naruto. The boy grinned, his pale semi-sibling laying his head back down on the grass and closing his eyes once more. Sieben Uhr morgens. Is Kakashi-sensei going to do this every time? Naruto asked. Sakura and Sasuke merely shrugged. 7:10 morgens, Kakashi. Kakashi made his way from the war memorial towards a training ground. Talking to Rin had always helped him to center himself. It was a short journey for someone with his speed, and he was there within a few minutes. His new squad were already there. Good, at least they had punctuality. As he emerged from the trillion, he spoke. Good morning, you three. Sorry I'm late. I got sidetracked helping an old man dash. Save it, Sasuke cut him off. Training time. Kakashi winced internally. No respect for the master here then. Very well, he said. Today's test is simple. He pointed to the two bells hanging by his waist. You have until midday to retrieve a bell from me. Anyone who fails to obtain a bell will be sent back to the academy immediately. As you can see, there are only two bells. The three children eyed him shrewdly. Any limitations? Sakura asked. Kakashi shrugged. You can use any skill or ninja tool at your disposal. A quick piece of advice, though, if you aren't ready to kill me with every attempt, you don't stand a chance of getting those bells. Why did you tell us not to eat breakfast? Naruto asked, suspicion creeping into the edges of his voice. Motivation, Kakashi said promptly. We eat lunch at 10. Anyone who I have captured by that time will not be fed and will be weaker when we resume. In the interests of fairness, I skipped my breakfast too. Anything goes? Sasuke clarified. Anything goes. Kakashi agreed. What if we kill you? Naruto asked, and Kakashi had to fight back a laugh. Well, Naruto, if somehow you three managed to overpower your Jonin instructor on your very first training exercise, I imagine you wouldn't need a formality like the Chunin exam to get a promotion. There was silence for a moment. A slight energy filled the air, a tension of battle to come. This might be fun, Kakashi thought to himself. Each of the children was utterly still. Surprising. Kakashi had expected one of them to try an assault. Not idiots then. One other thing, he said. I'll be starting our little match over there against that tree by the river. I'll be reading my book for a minute or so to give you all time to hide yourselves. If you started in the open, this would end far too fast. Sakura said quietly. If it's about letting us choose how we go about this, can you cover your ears too? A real ambush would give us time to plan together. After all, Kakashi thought about this for a second. Seems fair, he said, walking over to the tree and sitting down. He opened his copy of Master Jiraiya's newest novel, balancing it on his lap, and covered his ears. You get 1 minute, he called. And when I say start, it's no holds barred. Sakura. The others were looking at her expectantly. What was supposed to happen now? Well, Naruto asked, have we got a plan? Sakura tried to think. How well do you two work as a two-man team? She asked. Both of the boys grinned. Kakashi. 60 seconds passed. Under his mask, Kakashi smiled, unblocking his ears. Start, he called quietly. Then he stood, leaning against the tree. He turned the page and kept reading. A rustling sound from the bushes to the right alerted him. So it is an assault, eh? Thought Kakashi, carefully avoiding making any outward signs of having heard anything. The two boys came at him in a rush, their movements timed perfectly with one another, each making hand signs. Kakashi's eyes widened a fraction. He recognized those seals. No time to lose, he had to dodge now. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The fireball was at least 2 meters wide, and that was before the wind jutsu hit it, whereupon it swelled to 3 meters, changing from a warm red to a bright, hot orange. Kakashi launched himself to the side as fast as he could, landing on all fours a short distance away, as the great fireball consumed the tree he had stood against, leaving a blasted crater where it had once stood and cutting a deep channel through the ground all the way to the river. River water began to flow into the trench. The book lay forgotten on the ground. Maybe Kakashi had underestimated his new student slightly. Speaking of which, where had the third gotten to? As if on cue, Naruto called out, Mark 1, and 4 kunai flew at Kakashi from 4 different directions, each concealed within the bushes. Kakashi drew one of his own blades and moved to block each of them with ease. 3 vanished on contact, but the 4th was solid. Clone Jutsu's Kakashi knew. As for the 4th, he calculated the trajectory of the one solid kunai, determining Sakura's likely hiding spot. Before dealing with the 2 boys, best to deal with their range support. He turned and made to race for the girl's concealed location. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Wind style, Dervish Jutsu. Both recognizable attacks, Kakashi knew. One that sent a swarm of small hurricanes, and one that sent several small fireballs. So they were going for area of effect attacks. A good idea for dealing with someone who could dodge any single strike. Not enough, though. Kakashi turned and began making his hand signs. Nothing too big, he wouldn't need much. Earth style, mud wall jutsu. A small barrier, just large enough to cover Kakashi from the assault, rose from the ground, quaking under multiple impacts. He resumed his course, aiming for the girl. Moving faster than was perhaps fair, Kakashi launched himself into the undergrowth, kunai drawn. He found the pink-haired girl crouched between 2 bushes and placed his weapon at her throat. Her response was not as imagined. She grinned and called out, Mark 2, Sakura. The boys had done perfectly, timing their attack after hers, distracting Kakashi-sensei just long enough for her to reposition and leave a clone behind in her place. She had momentarily contemplated Jinjutsu, but had thrown it out as an idea almost immediately. Someone like Sensei would be able to see through it with ease, and anyway, none of them knew how to cast them. Besides, the great thing about clones was that even after someone figured out what they couldn't be dispelled at a distance, making them a great cover for traps. Mark 2, she heard the clone shout a few meters away before being poofed by Kakashi-sensei's blade. Sakura smiled as she raised her hands, channeling her chakra to activate her trump card. Kakashi. Of course, a clone. Now that he'd had a moment, Kakashi could even see the track Sakura had left when she moved. He stood with a sigh as the smoke began to clear. Glancing back for a second was the only thing that saved his life. As the smoke had risen, it had revealed the 4 explosive tags that had been hidden underneath it. Kakashi moved without restraint, going at full speed as he pushed himself back towards the clearing. At his back, he felt a wave of heat and force as the tags detonated. Kakashi landed in a heap on the grassy floor of the training ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Did we kill him? Said Naruto's voice a few meters away. Oh God, we killed him, groaned Sasuke nearby. Kakashi lay prone, feigning death, but under his mask, he allowed himself an evil smile. This was far too much fun, and his revenge for that last trick would be ever so sweet. He heard footsteps approaching cautiously and prepared himself like a wire pulling taut. Wait, said Sasuke's voice. If he's dead, we can't be in any more trouble. But if he's alive, then it's a trap. We should blast him first. Well, there went that plan. Kakashi struck like a snake, moving to his feet so fast that the untrained I would see nothing but a green and silver blur. Naruto was closer, having taken a few steps toward him. Sasuke was halfway through his first hand sign. He had 2 seconds at most. Kakashi crossed the short distance separating him from Naruto and, lacking the time to be gentle, aimed a short, sharp jab at the boy's sternum, just enough to knock him down for a while. Somehow, the boy not only saw the strike coming, but moved his body back, reducing the impact just enough to remain on his feet before flowing into an upward sweeping kick. Kakashi seized the boy by his foot, picking him up off the ground and aiming a punch at the boy's unprotected stomach. The boy wheezed as the air was forced out of him, but it barely even seemed to slow him as he stabbed upwards with a shuriken for Kakashi's hand, forcing him to drop the boy's foot. Naruto landed on the floor in a heap as Sasuke shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." The roaring fireball, aimed just above where Naruto lay, shot towards Kakashi. He threw himself to the side once more as Naruto, slightly singed and very winded, picked himself up. Kakashi had to end this. He had sorely underestimated all 3 of these children, and if they kept forcing him to rely on his instincts, he might very well end up killing them by accident. Moving faster than one would have thought possible, Kakashi went through the hand signs. Earth style, imprisonment jutsu. Around both Naruto and Sasuke, the ground began to shift, grassroots cracking and snapping as they tore apart. Each boy tried in vain to move, but felt his feet cemented to the floor, which began to rise up to meet them, a flow of rock encasing them up to their necks. Kakashi was panting. He would never admit that to a single living soul, but he was panting. Catching those 2 had required a degree of actual physical effort. Thank God for the mask that concealed his mouth and muffled the slight gasps as he breathed. He turned to face the forest. Now then, Sakura, you get a choice. As the one who came closest to beating me, you can choose what happens next. Either you get a bell and go home for the rest of the day while these 2 that I have trapped compete for the last one, or you reveal yourself to me right now, and I will let one of them go so that you could try to rescue the 3rd. Nobody spoke. The proposition was ridiculous. Everyone knew it was ridiculous. Concealment was the only advantage Sakura had, and without it, neither she nor whichever boy she chose would last even a whole minute against Kakashi. After a few moments, with a rustle of leaves, Sakura emerged. Kakashi wasted no time, moving fast enough that he was fairly sure that to the children, he would have seemed to simply vanish and reappear next to the girl. She jumped in surprise and gave a small squeaking noise as he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Well done, Sakura," he said in as gentle a voice as he could manage. "You three pass, and with flying colors, I might add. Escorting Tazuna, Sakura." Sakura was hurting. Ever since they met up that morning, Sasuke had been refusing to talk to her, and every time she had tried to approach him, he had turned away. Had he seemed angry or annoyed, it would have been hurtful enough, but no. Every time she saw the black-haired boy's face, he had only looked confused and scared. When Sakura had asked Naruto about it, his words had almost entirely failed to reassure. "Sorry, Sakura. He found out some stuff yesterday, and I guess he needs some time," the boy had said with an apologetic smile. "If it helps, he isn't talking to me either." It was at least helpful to know that Sasuke wasn't angry with her for anything. At least, she hoped he wasn't. All in all, it had come as a huge relief when Kakashi Sensei had emerged from the tree somewhat earlier than usual before informing them of their new mission. The three had followed him in a strange sort of silence, half charged and expectant, half awkward and sad. Eventually, they came to the front gate of the village, where they met with an old, ragged-looking man who Kakashi named Tazuna, the bridge builder. The old man took a long, steady look over his young escorts. "This is what I get for my money," he asked. "Two little boys and a shrimp of a girl? I'm pretty sure I could take on bandits more easily than these kids." Naruto and Sakura had bristled at that. Sasuke still seemed somewhat lost in thought. Kakashi held up a hand in a calming gesture. "It's what you get for AC rank mission, Tazuna, one veteran and three rookies. Besides, they may not look like it, but any one of these kids could kill you quite easily. Believe me when I say that you're in safe hands, as long as you stop insulting them." Tazuna gave that some thought. "Well," he huffed, "Fine, isupas. I'll just have to hope we don't run into trouble on the way." With that, the five of them had set off, Kakashi Sensei walking in front, Sakura taking up the rear, and the two boys on either side of the old man in the middle. They walked together in near silence for hours along the rocky path, the summer sun beating down on them uncomfortably. It was far too dry, and Sakura reasoned she would need to restock on water somewhere along the way. By around midday, the little convoy had made it well outside of the Leaf Village, onto the truly open travel roads that joined the many and varied villages in the Land of Fire. Kakashi wandered off into the tree line muttering about taking a leak. Sakura was tired, and her gaze wandered across the sammy features of the path, searching desperately for something interesting. Nothing, just identical-looking brown rocks, identical-looking trees, identical-looking dirt path broken up by small rocks and puddles. Something jarred in Sakura's mind at that thought, some small detail that fell out of place. She let her eyes take in the scene once again, focused now, her boredom gone. Rocks, trees, path, puddle, what was wrong here? Then she realized it was a dry dirt path under direct sunlight in summer, and after nearly a week without rainfall. Why was there a puddle? Sakura withdrew a notepad and pencil from her satchel, carefully writing down a short message in the smallest handwriting she could manage. in case there was someone watching from the trees before calling out, in as innocent a voice as she could manage, "Hey guys, check out this drawing I did." Sasuke ignored her, still acting as distant and awkward as he had all day. Naruto, on the other hand, hung back, curious. He took the notepad from Sakura and reading the message quickly, his expression one of quickly concealed surprise. The note was as follows: "Possible ambush nearby. Don't react." Barely missing a beat, Naruto grinned. "Yeah, Sakura, that's really good. Hey, Sasuke, Tazuna, come look at this drawing of Big Brother." That was enough to alert Sasuke. For obvious reasons, Big Brother was Naruto and Sasuke's shared code phrase for danger. The dark-haired boy hung back, and, with a sigh, Tazuna followed suit. Sasuke read the message while the old man grumbled. "You know, you kids are meant to be protecting me, not drawing." Sakura feigned a cutesy expression, rubbing the back of her head with a smile. "Sorry, Tazuna, it's a hobby of mine." The old man sighed and moved in, reading the message. He hid his sudden stiffness only slightly worse than the other two, only going still for a second or two. "Say, that's pretty good," he said in a kind voice. "You got the eyebrows wrong, though. Can I use your pencil?" Sakura handed him the pencil, and he scrawled, "Where?" on the little notepad. Sakura forced a slight giggle. "No way. Tazuna, those are way too big." She took the pencil back and wrote puddle, "Ahead of us, no rain all week." Sasuke grabbed the pencil off of her with a muttered, "Gimme that. You have the shape all wrong." Before writing Tazuna, pretend to pee. Sakura, Naruto, formation 3. The others nodded, Sakura putting her notepad back in her pocket. Tazuna wandered off to the side of the path, pulling his pants down slightly and making a few frustrated noises. Naruto and Sasuke casually drifted in front of Sakura, coming shoulder to shoulder between her and the puddle. As quick as she could, Sakura made the hand signs and summoned her clone, her breath bated. If there was a moment this plan came undone, this would be it. If there was anyone around other than the possible attacker in the puddle, they would be able to see her jutsu clear as day. Without checking to see if the clone jutsu had been seen, Sakura began to run for the tree line as silently as she could, keeping the other two between her and the puddle at all times. She made it and watched from behind a bush as her clone moved forwards and spoke to Naruto, the two of them now blocking Sasuke from view. Sasuke moved quicker than Sakura had, his clone moving forwards and him sprinting for the tree line in mere seconds. Now, it was Naruto's turn, managed even quicker than the other boys. No real surprise there. Naruto was slightly better when it came to ninjutsu. Once the blonde boy had met up with the other two once again, the three clones began to walk forwards, the false Sasuke calling back to Tazuna. "You're taking too long, old man. We're going on ahead." In the tree line, Team 7 moved up into the trees, thankful for the thick, leafy branches of Fire Nation plants that made them such good hiding spots. The three Genin moved into a vantage point above the little puddle. If I'm wrong, Sakura realized, this will be the most embarrassing thing I have ever done. Chatting among themselves, the three clones walked casually past the innocuous-looking pool of water, getting a good 3 or 4 meters before, in total silence, two men rose from the water as if pulled up by some unseen force. The attackers spread quickly to either side, extending a wickedly bladed chain between their outstretched arms. Still eerily silent, the two masked shinobi ran to the clones from behind, catching them with that deadly-looking chain. The two men had clearly expected to feel some resistance, some sort of pull as their chain met flesh, and were thus caught off guard when their chain passed through the three children with nothing but a faint puff of smoke. They skidded to a halt, momentum carrying them further forward than expected. Before they had a chance to recover, the two boys dropped from the trees, right on top of the leftmost assailant. Naruto and Sasuke each delivering a sharp blow to the back of his head with the blunt end of their kunai, the man fell with an unceremonious thud. As the two boys turned to face their second foe, Sakura landed atop the first man's unconscious form, holding a blade to his throat. The man who remained standing let out a short laugh. Wow, my bro got taken out by a bunch of kids. He's never going to hear the end of this, after I kill you, that is. He moved a hand to the chain device on his wrist, and with a small clunk, it disconnected, leaving his hands free. The man assumed a strange, low-to-the-ground fighting stance. Come on then, little ones. Time to fight a real ninja dash. He got no further, as Kakashi chose that moment to re-emerge, appearing as if from nowhere beside the man and delivering a short, sharp kick to his jaw. From the sound it made, Sakura had to assume that Kakashi's sandals were steel-plated. The masked figure dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Well done, team, Kakashi said calmly. I'm surprised you caught on that fast. Very impressive. Moving calmly, with no apparent urgency anywhere in his body, Kakashi picked up his limp victim by the scruff of the neck and walked over to Sakura, politely motioning her to get off of her own captive. She moved quickly, and Kakashi began to expertly hogtie the two men, carefully searching them for weapons and sealing everything he found in a storage scroll, including the chain-like device. Naruto spoke up first, interrupting their sensei's silent work. Hey, Kakashi-sensei? Wasn't this supposed to be a C-rank mission? I thought anything with enemy ninjas was automatically B or higher. You thought right, Naruto, said Kakashi, shooting a glance at Tazuna, just now approaching from the rear. I think I need to have a word with our employer. First, though, I should send these two. He gestured at the unconscious would-be assassins. Back to the Leaf Village. Kakashi made a series of complex-looking hand signs before pressing his hand to the floor, a strange spiderwebbing of black script flowing outwards across the ground. Summoning jutsu, he murmured. With a great plume of smoke, several dogs in a variety of sizes seemed to simply pop into existence. The smallest, a brown pug who looked to be only a puppy, approached him. Kakashi, the dog, greeted him in a deep male voice. Hello, Pakin, the silver-haired man replied. I have a prisoner delivery that needs transporting back to the Leaf. He glanced at Tazuna again. And please tell them a negotiator is required. I have doubts that our client was entirely honest. We will be waiting at the Route 14 tea house. The dog nodded, some of its larger comrades setting up a stretcher between themselves on some form of harness. Of course, is that everything? Kakashi nodded and reached into his pouch, producing a handful of small brown dog treats. He moved among the hounds, handing out one each. Their cargo loaded, the dogs set off towards the village at a run. They were very fast, Sakura noted. The rest of the journey passed in silence, Kakashi in the lead, the boys in the middle, Sakura at the rear. They arrived at the tea house shortly before dusk and ate a subdued dinner while they waited for the leaf negotiator. Naruto seemed torn between excitement over their victory and awkwardness at the state of his teammates. Sasuke had resumed his upsetting refusal to look at her, and Kakashi, for all the world, simply seemed to be enjoying the silence. Eventually, the negotiator, a masked man in a leaf flak jacket, arrived, and the children were politely asked to turn in for the night. Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura paced her room angrily. What was Sasuke's deal anyway? Why was he ignoring her, even after she caught that ambush? Boys were confusing and mean sometimes. As she paced more and more, the frustrated anger, hurt, and confusion stirred around inside her, reaching a boiling point. She made a decision, stomping out of her room and across the small hallway to the room the boys shared. She pulled the door open angrily. The two boys, unsurprisingly, were sparring. They never seemed to stop. Noticing her come in, Naruto smiled. "Hey, Sakura," he said warmly. Sasuke went slightly red, looking at his feet. Sakura took a breath to calm herself. "I'm only angry at Sasuke," she reminded herself. "Naruto," she said in a voice of forced politeness, "could you give me and Sasuke the room for a second? I think we need to talk." There was something in her tone that invited no disagreement, and Naruto nodded quickly, feeling himself start to sweat for some reason. Placing a hand on the other boy's shoulder, he murmured good luck and walked quickly out of the room, closing the door behind him. Sasuke just kept looking at his feet, going slightly redder. Sakura hadn't been sure how she was going to handle this conversation. She had only known that she was hurt and that she wanted an explanation. After a long, tense silence, she opted for a professional approach. Forcing her emotions down, she spoke, her voice cold. "You could have got us killed today." Sasuke flinched, looking up at her reproachfully. The girl continued, wanting to finish before her emotions took control. "You ignored me when I tried to share mission-critical information. That could have gotten every single one of us killed." Sasuke stood silent for a moment, his face a moving display of several emotions. Eventually, he seemed to wilt slightly. "Sorry," he muttered, lowering himself to sit on the ground and hugging his knees to his chest. Sakura felt a little bit of her anger fall away, a stab of sympathy for the boy warring against her own hurt. She broke, a single tear sliding down her cheek as, in a small voice, she asked, "Why are you ignoring me?" Sasuke looked up at her change in tone, seeing the girl before him trying desperately hard not to cry, and it pained him. I didn't mean to hurt you," he mumbled awkwardly. Despite all her efforts, Sakura felt another tear running down her cheek. She hugged her arms tightly around herself, leaning back against the wall. "Then why did you do it?" she asked, her voice slightly shaky. Sasuke went red again, looking back to the floor for several seconds before mumbling something quietly into his knees. Sakura let herself slide down the wall opposite him. "I can't hear you," she said in a small voice. Sasuke blushed harder still, forcing himself to speak a fraction louder. "I found out you liked me," he said in a pathetically quiet voice. Sakura felt the tears begin to flow more freely as the words hit her. "And that made you need to avoid me?" she asked, the hurt evident in her tone. You couldn't have just said you weren't interested? Treated me like a person? Sasuke felt the words sting. I wasn't sure I wanted to say no, he protested weakly, catching Sakura off guard. What? The boy sighed, feeling more awkward and self-conscious than he had in his entire life. I was embarrassed because I like you too, Sakura, and I didn't know I was hurting you. Girls are confusing, he finished weakly. Sakura felt numb, looking across at this boy as tears continued to stream down her face. You like me back? She asked. Sasuke sat there, hiding behind his own legs hugged tight against his body, his face warmer than a dying star. He couldn't bring himself to speak, instead giving a single nod. Naruto. Naruto waited in Sakura's room for hours, wondering what could be taking the other two so long to talk about. Was a mutual crush really this big of an issue? Eventually, he gave up waiting, heading back across the hallway. Quietly, he gave a soft knock on the door frame. No one answered. Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course not. Why would they answer? He pulled the door open ever so slightly. Sasuke and Sakura had fallen asleep on the floor, still some distance from one another, each against a wall opposite one another. Naruto shook his head in irritation. His teammates were such drama queens sometimes. The group set out early the next morning, pushing forward to help make up for lost time. Naruto had not said a word to either of the others when they awoke, and neither had volunteered anything, but he could tell that things were at least better than they had been the day before. There was still an awkwardness between them, but neither one was avoiding the other anymore. Once or twice, he even saw them exchange shy smiles, Sasuke's face reddening slightly when they did so. Even with their early start, it still took the rest of the day before they reached the land of waves. That evening, the five of them boarded a tiny boat to make the crossing. The trip was made in near silence, Team 7 watching the waters carefully in case of another attack, but none came. When they made camp that night, Naruto saw Sasuke and Sakura sitting together, quietly holding hands in the firelight. He decided to leave them to it and went to bed so that he could be rested in time for his turn to take watch duty. It was another early morning departure for the small convoy the following day. Kakashi seemed eager to reach their destination quickly. The five of them traveled in formation under the light of the morning sun. In front of Naruto, Kakashi started, turning on his heel to face the rest of the group. Get down, he shouted. Without hesitation, the other four threw themselves to the ground as a sword easily the size of a man soared through the air above them, spinning end over end and embedding itself in the trunk of a nearby tree. With a strange sort of flicker, a man appeared, standing on the hill to the massive blade. Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi said quietly as the others picked themselves up, his voice filled with dread. No matter what, protect Tazuna. Leave this guy to me. The man in the tree chuckled. Kakashi Hatake, he said, his voice filled with wry amusement. Today might get to be interesting after all. Kakashi raised a hand to his face, pushing his headband up off of his left eye. Just stay behind me, everyone, he murmured. The figure pulled his great sword free and leapt from his spot on the tree. Landing on the surface of a small pond that crossed the clearing, he made a few brief hand signs and spoke quietly. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. Immediately, the clearing began to fill with a dense fog, hiding their new foe from sight entirely. It began to spread rapidly, quickly moving towards the small formation. "The man's an assassin," Kakashi called out in warning. "He's doubtless trained himself to hunt in this mist. He has the advantage as long as he knows where we are, and we don't know where he is." He had a point there. The fog was a problem. Naruto moved his hands to make the requisite signs, hoping to God that this would work. Wind style practice technique. Morning breeze. The jutsu was one of the simplest in his repertoire, one he had been taught when he was just learning the very fundamentals of nature manipulation, and its effect had virtually no offensive potential. But Naruto hoped against hope that it would be enough. At his calling, a light wind began to blow through the clearing, pushing the fog away into the treeline before it had a chance to spread. Zabuza was once again exposed, halfway through some kind of summoning jutsu, the water around him beginning to rise and shape itself into figures identical to their summoner. "Good work, Naruto," Kakashi called out, wasting no time in dashing forward. Never let the enemy fight on their terms. He lowered his arms to the floor as he ran, his right hand taking on a strange blue glow, as if he were somehow holding a bolt of lightning in his hand. The Zabuza clones moved to intercept, but Kakashi was faster, the glowing blue light cutting through each of them like butter as he aimed a punch right at the true Zabuza's gut, the other man just barely managing to block it with the breadth of his sword. The force of the impact was still strong enough to send Zabuza flying, impacting hard against a tree and falling to his knees. Kakashi tried to take a step forward, but couldn't, his feet seemingly stuck fast to the surface of the water. The assassin laughed quietly as he picked himself up off the floor. "Well, that was a hell of a punch, but I'm afraid your time is up." He moved to the water's edge, placing a hand on Kakashi's chest. "Water prison jutsu." Kakashi looked back at his students. "I've lost," he shouted. "Run." An orb of water rapidly began to form around the silver-haired ninja, rising around his legs. Zabuza, moving slightly stiffly, reached down to pick up his sword. One of his arms was still stuck in the water, holding the jutsu together. What happened next was neither well planned nor well advised. This is no less true for the fact that it worked. Both Naruto and Sasuke rushed forward with angry yells, each making hand signs in perfect unison. The two leapt high into the air. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The two jutsus combined in midair, and the great fireball emerged, rocketing towards Zabuza and Kakashi with the speed of a runaway locomotive. Both Kakashi and Zabuza realized something at the same time. Kakashi, shielded as he was by a protective wall of chakra-reinforced water, would probably survive this. Zabuza, still rooted to the spot by his arm holding the water prison up, and unable to make hand signs with both hands occupied, would almost definitely not. Zabuza moved very, very quickly. Fire hit water in a violent explosion of heat and steam. When the mist cleared, Kakashi was laying face down at the water's edge, half in, half out of the water. Zabuza was nowhere to be seen. "Protect Tizuna," Sakura shouted, and the other two double timed it back to the rest of the party, the three of them forming a triangle around the old man as they waited, their breath bated. Eventually, a lone figure stumbled out of the tree line. Zabuza was badly burned, his exposed chest split and cracked with angry welts, his body covered in crusted brown scorch marks. "Gotta say, kids," he said slowly as he staggered forward. "That was one pretty cold move, blasting your teacher just to get a clear shot at your enemy. You make pretty damn fine hidden-miss shinobi." The three genin turned to face Zabuza wordlessly, each with a kunai raised, a determined expression in their eyes. Before the battle had a chance to begin, there was a brief whistling sound, and a small silver needle struck the burned ninja in the neck. His eyes glazed over, and he fell to the ground with an unceremonious thud. A short, robed figure dropped from the trees just above, a mask covering the entirety of their face. "My apologies for the trouble this man has caused you," the figure said in a slightly muffled voice. "My team has been hunting him for some time now, and your battle presented what may well have been the only chance we had." Naruto gaped. Who?" The masked ninja laughed slightly. "I'm a hunter nin from the village of the mist. It is our job to apprehend deserters and to make sure that any secrets they took with them when they left stay secret." The figure stooped down, picking up the scorched corpse under one arm. Quite a feat, given that the man was at least twice their size. Before anyone had the chance to protest, the hunter nin disappeared, leaping into the trees once again. As Sasuke and Naruto stared after the figure, Sakura gave a small shriek of realization before turning and running in a dash towards where Kakashi lay. It was pretty bad. Where Zabuza had been burned, Kakashi had been boiled. His skin was dotted with blisters and angry red patches. The whole back half of his body veined with white traces the color of cooked fish. He groaned quietly as they pulled him from the water. That at least was a good sign. There followed a tense several minutes while they applied emergency first aid, rubbing the exposed skin with an antiseptic cream laced with a moderate-strength painkiller, taking care to keep his face covered. Eventually, he was docile enough to carry, and Tizuna carried him in a piggyback while the three ninja maintained formation around him. By the end of the day, they were in Tish. The child sat alone in his cell, absently stabbing at a wall with a short blade, his arm jarring painfully every time the blade caught. He didn't care. The pain was one of the few things that helped him remember he was alive. Perhaps he would talk to Mr. Statue about that later. Mr. Statue always listened to him and never minded being stabbed. Mr. Statue was his very best friend. A tall figure approached the bars of the cage, fiddling with the lock to his door. "Who's there?" asked the boy, not quite able to bring himself to feel fear, merely a vague sort of interest. Were they finally going to kill him? "It doesn't matter who I am, get out," the hulking man replied, pulling open the door and standing back so the boy could step out. As he did so, the boy saw the moonlight at the entrance to his small cavern directly for the first time in years. He had to shield his eyes from the glare. The large man spoke again. "Kimaro, the time has come for you to be of use, for the sake of the Kagaya clan." So that was it, huh? They wanted to use him for something. The boy did not much care. They could do what they wanted with him. Why should it matter to him anymore? The boy allowed himself to be led by the man to a small clearing, where another figure, this one vaguely recognizable to him, was speaking to a large crowd. The familiar man was telling them all to kill, make them realize the ferocity of the Kagaya clan. The boy considered this. He supposed he could kill if it was what they wanted of him. It wasn't as though he was unable. The rest of the men began to run, all heading in the same direction. Only the boy and the familiar man were left. The man turned to face him and spoke. "What are you still doing here, Kimimaro? Get going." The boy recognized the man now. He was the one who had put him in the cell all those years ago. "I don't know what to do," the boy replied. It was true enough. Who was he supposed to kill? Where'd he find them? The man laughed. "No need to think too deeply about it," he said with a grin. "Just go in that direction and kill everyone you come across." The man pointed in the direction the others had gone. The order was simple enough. The boy supposed he could do that. He set off into the night. The boy saw the two travelers in the distance long before they saw him, his eyes far more used to the darkness than theirs were. They were alone, an adult and a child, judging by their heights. The man had told him to kill everyone he came across, and so he would do just that. The boy charged the two, his dagger raised. The boy aimed first for the tall one, a masked man with a heavy blade on his back. The boy made it within a few feet of the man before his feet stuck hard to the ground. There was something very cold underfoot. He looked down to see the ice beginning to crawl up from where it had rooted him to the ground, spreading slowly up his legs. With a small laugh, the masked man hefted his great blade, stepping forwards and swinging with enough force to slice the boy in half. No choice, he had to use it. The boy allowed his bones to shift inside himself, forcing them into new shapes that broke through his skin, intercepting the blade. The pain was not insubstantial, both from the bones forcing his skin apart and from the sword striking with enough force to shatter several of them. The force of the blow broke the ice that held the boy rooted to the ground, sending him sprawling to the floor. The boy did not mind the pain. He tried to stand, falling on his first attempt. His ankles must be shattered from being jerked free of the ice. No matter, that was fixable. He stood successfully on his second attempt, readying his knife once more when that great blade appeared at his throat. "Any last words, kid?" asked the man. So it was in fact time to die. The boy wondered if he should be smiling. It felt like something he should be happy about, but he wasn't sure. The boy decided he might as well and allowed himself a small grin. It took a moment trying to figure out how to make his mouth into the right shape. After a few tries, he was pretty sure he was smiling. "God damn, kid. That's the ugliest face I've ever seen," said the swordsman, preparing for the killing blow. "Wait," came a small voice from behind the man. The boy glanced over at the sound. It was the smaller figure, the other one he had tried to kill. "Let me talk to him." The masked man grunted slightly and shrugged. "Sure, kid. Make it quick, though." The smaller figure stepped forward, giving the boy a kind smile. Oh, the boy realized. So that's what smiles are supposed to look like. "I'm Haku," said the child. "What's your name?" The boy considered the question. He had been sure he had a name, but he wasn't quite sure if he remembered it. He thought back. The others had kept calling him something. What was it? After a long few moments, the boy remembered. I think it's Kimimaro," he said quietly. Haku smiled again. Kimimaro liked that smile. It was pleasant in a way, witnessing what happiness could look like sometimes. "Well, Kimimaro, I think you're just like me." Kimimaro considered this. It sounded absurd. How could he be like the other child in any way? This child was far better than him. This child knew how to smile. Eventually, the boy shook his head. It simply couldn't be true. "How?" he asked. Haku reached out slowly, placing a gentle hand on Kimimaro's shoulder. The human contact felt very warm, like being thrown a blanket during a cold night in the cell. Well, Haku spoke. From the look in your eyes, I think you look like someone who doesn't have a reason to exist anymore. Does that sound about right? Kimimaro stared blankly for a few moments, then nodded. The masked man let out a small grunt of understanding, pulling his sword away. Oh, so that's where you're going with this. Wasn't it enough that I let you keep the rabbit? Haku's head lowered apologetically. I'm sorry, Zabuza. I thought he could be useful. The masked man chuckled. Yeah, sure. If you can manage it, we can keep him. The soft-faced child smiled again, a shining, radiant thing. Thank you, Master Zabuza, they said before turning back to Kimimaro. I felt like that too before I met Master Zabuza. He gave me a new reason to be alive. If you come with us, maybe you can find a reason like that too. Kimimaro felt something wet running down his cheek, some sort of fluid leaking from his eyes. He lifted a hand to touch his face, examining the liquid in confusion. Haku leaned forwards, and Kimimaro felt the other child's slim arms wrapping around him in a hug. Kimimaro wasn't sure why he did what he did next, only that it felt like it needed to happen somehow. He leaned in close, wrapping his own arms around Haku, leaning his face against the other child's shoulder. He began making sounds, similar to those he had heard others make sometimes when they were in pain. "Ah, great," said the masked man, his voice etched with sarcasm. "He's a crier." "Well, whatever. Haku, we need to get moving now." "Yes, master," replied Haku, gently placing an arm under Kimimaro's legs and, with surprising strength, lifting him as he continued to sob pitifully. Kimimaro made his decision then and there. This was his new purpose. He would follow Haku, wherever the path may lead, no matter what. Team 7. Tazuna lived in a small wood-built cottage that, even in its modesty, somehow made the other nearby houses look small and shabby. Whatever had happened here, the Village of Waves was clearly not a rich place. This confused Naruto. From what he had seen when they entered the village, there had been a number of large and luxurious-seeming buildings, but on closer inspection, they had all been unoccupied and run down. Most, if not all of them, simply had sections that appeared to have been torn away, used either for firewood or raw construction material. How could a place go downhill like this? The group was greeted by a kindly-looking woman whom Tazuna referred to as Tsunami, his daughter. She had made it halfway through greeting them before seeing the condition of the man her father carried and giving a small shriek, rushing them inside. Tsunami, as it turned out, had been a nurse back when people could afford such things and still functioned as a sort of emergency doctor for those who required it. They laid Kakashi out on a small cot, the children explaining the situation and the first aid they had supplied. He was suspended in a ball of water that was hit with a fireball, Naruto explained. We think he was probably only in contact with the hot water for a few seconds before landing in a pond. Was the pond hot or cold? Tsunami asked, a small part of her brain noting how absurd that question would have sounded in any other situation. It was cold when we got to him, Sasuke answered, although it may have taken a while for the heat to disperse out into the water. Tsunami nodded. Yes, by the look of it, I'd say it dispersed rather fast. Most of these wounds are superficial skin damage, except for Dash. She pointed to the crisscrossing patches of white skin. Those. That looks somewhat more dangerous. Why? Sakura asked. What are they? Tsunami shook her head sadly. Well, you see how the skin looks like cooked meat? She asked. The kids nodded. Well, that's because it's cooked meat. Sasuke and Naruto grimaced. Sakura looked slightly sick. What else? Tsunami asked. What else happened to him? Sakura swallowed hard before continuing with a nod. We pulled him out of the water. He was groaning when we did so, and we applied an antiseptic and analgesic cream to the burned areas. Tsunami winced. Well, thank God he was lying in the pond before you got to him. If the water hadn't cooled him down, that cream would have carried the leftover heat to other parts of his body, maybe even deeper into his skin. As it is, we're lucky you made the right call. And this is apparently true. Moral of the story, kids. Let the professionals deal with burn victims, okay? Sakura gagged slightly. Tazuna quickly pulling her out of the room with a concerned expression. Tsunami pointed to Naruto. When you were applying the cream, did you find any sections where his clothes were stuck to his skin? Naruto hesitated and nodded. And what did you do with these clothes? Naruto breathed deeply before he answered. We figured they'd been kind of welded onto him and left the bee in case we tried to remove them and accidentally, ripped his skin off or something. Tsunami nodded appreciatively. Good decision. Point these spots out to me. Naruto and Sasuke began explaining the locations and spread zones where the clothing had attached to Kakashi's skin. Sasuke warned that the clothing was professional shinobi gear and therefore probably very strong fabric. Tsunami thanked them and told them to get out. The three children sat in a close silence for the hours that followed. Tazuna left briefly and returned with a small bag of ingredients, with which he began cooking a rudimentary dinner, some sort of fish broth. Sakura had offered to help, more for something to do than anything else. Naruto and Sasuke cleared a floor space to spar, more as a release for the nervous energy than for any real practice benefit. They ate together in silence, joined by a small boy who Naruto assumed to be a grandchild. The quiet was punctuated only by the slight groans of pain that emanated from the other room. After what seemed like an eternity, Tsunami opened the door from the small pantry, turned hospital, and leaned against a wall in exhaustion. She drew a sleeve across her forehead, wiping away at the sheen of sweat covering her face before looking at the room at large. There will be some pretty serious scars, but he'll live. I don't know how, but he's conscious right now. He'd like to talk to you. The three students stood quietly from their seats, feeling a strange mixture of relief and nervous anticipation, before walking as one into the small room and closing the door behind them. Kakashi lay under a clean linen sheet, unmoving as the three stood before him. To all the world, he seemed to be sleeping, his eyes closed and his breathing slow and regular. Let me begin, he said in a surprisingly normal voice that made Naruto and Sakura jump and Sasuke give a quick flinch that he tried to pass off as a move to check his hair. By saying that what you did was stupid, reckless, and foolhardy. The two boys looked down at their feet in shame and nodded. But Kakashi continued. Me telling you to run was even more so. Had you followed my plan, Zabuza would have killed me and would have hunted the three of you down within the hour. As it stands, the two of you saved my life, and from what I saw when the fireball hit, Zabuza is either dead or injured worse than I am. Dead, Naruto muttered quietly. A few minutes after we hit him, he tried to fight us hand to hand. A person in a mask killed him with these dart things and carried him away. Said they were a hunter nin. Kakashi considered this for a minute or so. Well, that's not good, he said quietly. That was probably one of Zabuza's team providing an extraction. A hunter nin would have destroyed the body then and there. How bad did he look when you saw him? Sasuke fielded that particular question. To be honest, Sensei, he kind of looked like overcooked bacon rinds. There was a pretty big cut on his chest, too, where the skin pulled apart. Kakashi chuckled. And that, kids, is why you always wear a shirt to a combat situation. Sakura went pale, Naruto chuckled slightly, and Sasuke gave a short snore of laughter. Well, Kakashi said, the way you say it, it sounds like you managed to seriously injure him. I expect he'll take a good while longer than me to recover. Hell, I doubt if he'll ever recover completely. So in our next fight, we can probably focus on his teammates. All right, you kids go to bed. We have training to do in the morning, okay? The other three nodded, none of them voicing the obvious question. How was he going to train them if he couldn't even walk? One by one, they left the room. Tsunami led them into a small room where she had some spare bedrolls laid out and the three lay down, each one wondering how they were supposed to fall asleep after a day like that. They were out the moment their heads hit the pillows. Team Zabuza. The two treated Zabuza together in silence. Kimimaro wanted to speak, to say something that might reassure Haku that everything would be okay, that it wasn't as bad as it looked. But he could think of nothing. Kimimaro simply wasn't that good of a liar. They did what they could for the burns that covered their master's skin, removing what they could of blackened, dead tissue, and applying medicines and regenerative chakra wherever possible. The process lasted well into the night. At one point, somewhere around midnight, Haku collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Kimimaro shook his head. His friend had clearly used too much chakra in the effort to help Zabuza recover. Haku had always been far too kind to others. Then again, that was what Kimimaro loved about Haku. He rolled his shoulders and continued his work into the early hours of the morning. The three students had slept in late, woken only when Tsunami gave a slight knock on the door and whispered that Kakashi wanted to see them. The man had been moved into a different room in the night, and now lay in a bed in a relatively spacious, but otherwise Spartan room. Naruto wondered who had given up their room for the sake of his teacher's recovery. Kakashi seemed significantly better than he had the day before. For one thing, his right eye was open and alert as the three of them walked in. "Good morning, team," he said politely, the corners of his mask lifting slightly in the faintest indication of a smile. "Are you all ready for today's training?" Each of the students stared at him before Sasuke broke the uncomfortable silence. "No offense, Sensei, but how exactly were you planning on training us lying in bed?" When Kakashi next spoke, it was in a voice of mock umbrage. "I happen to be an excellent coach, Sasuke. You see that wall?" His pupils looked behind them at the stretch of planked wall behind them, each giving a nod in turn. "Good. Today I'm going to teach you to climb it." This statement met with some strange looks, and he rolled his eyes. "Just trust me on this," he said in an annoyed voice. "Now, I know each of you has mastered chakra control to the point where you can pool it together in one location to perform a jutsu. What I want the three of you to do is go outside, pull some chakra into your feet, and then try making a small jump into the air. When you've done that, come back and see me." The children left in a confused silence, and Tsunami cocked an eyebrow at the bedridden man. "What exactly dash?" she began, but Kakashi cut her off. "No, wait, just listen." All was silent for a few moments before the faint sound of three surprised shrieks echoed in from outside. Kakashi chuckled quietly to himself. Moments later, the three students ran back into the room, their hair a uniformly tousled mess. "Well," Kakashi asked. "I jumped like 20 feet," Sasuke said excitedly, his eyes alight with excitement. "I got even higher," Naruto added before Sasuke shot him a glare. "You did not," the pale boy protested. "Did too," Kakashi sighed. He had a sinking feeling that he may have just invented a new kind of competitive sport. "Well then," he said quietly, breaking them out of their quarrel, "that means you managed to do it pretty nicely. Good job. But here comes the hard part. I want each of you to gather some chakra, not too much, around 1 foot, and press that foot against the wall. Try changing what you do with the chakra once it's pressed together, and move your foot around a little. After a little while, you should find yourself managing to get a little bit of purchase." The three genin each moved towards the wall, lifting a leg and placing it against the surface. The three of them focused for a moment. The result was quite surprising. Despite her lack of prior experience in manipulating advanced jutsu, Sakura was the first to see it. "Vuvuaha!" she yelped as she tried moving her foot, only to pull herself off the floor. Gravity asserted itself, and the girl tumbled backwards, hitting her head on the floor painfully. The other two had at least enough grace not to laugh. "Well done, Sakura," said Kakashi, his voice surprised. "That was impressively quick. You're ready for the next stage. As for you two, keep trying." The two boys did not have enough grace not to groan in annoyance. Sakura stood gingerly, surprised and a little pleased that her apparent blunder had actually been a roaring success. "Now, Sakura, I want you to do that again. Except this time, get ready to catch yourself so you don't hit the floor. When you get onto the wall with 1 foot, you're going to try doing it with both feet at once." Sakura nodded and set to work. The training continued like this for some time, Kakashi coaching them in the basics, teaching them how to regulate the chakra flow to allow them to walk on the wall slowly, their hands close to the ground for support. Eventually, he announced all of them ready for the next step. They had to go out into the forest and climb trees. Kakashi told them that they had to alternate between slowly walking up the trees and running as fast as possible. This was in order to get used to regulating chakra at different speeds. The three students set off together into the woods while an irritated Tsunami scrubbed the footprints off her wall, shooting cold glances at Kakashi as she did so. Team Zabuza. Haku awoke, groggy, feeling utterly drained. Hey there, sleepyhead," said a soft voice nearby. "Kimaro," Haku asked, eyes drifting open. "The one and only," said the boy with a smile. He reached down, offering the other child a hand. Haku took it, standing stiffly. What happened to Master Zabuza?" Haku asked, suddenly panicked as the memory of the previous day resurfaced. Kimimaro placed a placating hand on the smaller ninja's shoulder. He's resting. It's not pretty, but he'll live. Probably never be as strong as he was, though. The fire ate through a lot of nerve clusters, and the explosion broke some fairly major bones. Haku felt wretched, sagging against Kimimaro for support. I should have done more, the young ninja said in a small voice. Should have intervened sooner. I dash. A quiet growl from the other room interrupted the litany. You're too sensitive, Haku, said Zabuza quietly. You did as I told you to. I expect nothing more than that. Now go fetch some medicine for these wounds. Your rabbit needs to sleep. Kimimaro bristled internally at the nickname, but as always, did not allow himself to show it. All was fine as long as Haku was fine. Haku nodded, still troubled, but resolved to save it for later. Of course, master. With a quiet rustling, the small ninja left to change into civilian gear before heading out to gather curatives. Naruto. Naruto had practiced with the other two for a time, making a competition out of who could climb the highest trees first, but had grown increasingly uncomfortable around Sasuke and Sakura. It had begun innocently enough. Sasuke had complimented Sakura when she reached the top of a particularly tall tree, and she had given a slight blush, giggling quietly as she thanked him. Then Sakura had begun encouraging Sasuke to climb some of the higher trees. Suffice it to say that her comments towards his ability had been even more over the top than usual, leaving him bright red and awkwardly trying to affect modesty. After about an hour of the two blushingly refusing to make the first move, Naruto let out an exaggerated groan. Oh my God, will you two just kiss already? He shouted before stomping off to practice on his own, leaving the other two staring at his retreating back, both bright red. Sasuke stuttered quietly once he was certain Naruto was out of earshot. We could, if you wanted. Sure, Sakura said with a shy smile, her face practically glowing with embarrassment. I don't mind. Moving more awkwardly than anyone with a lifetime of training in acrobatic martial arts had any right to, the two turned to face one another. With a deep breath, the two closed their eyes by mutual agreement, moving their heads forward slowly. Did you just kiss my chin? Sakura asked quietly. I think so. Maybe we should try it with our eyes open next time, Sasuke replied, ruefully. Naruto. The boy found himself a clearing by a small stream to practice his climbing, running up the trunks of the sturdy, ancient things again and again. Once it all began to feel a little bit too easy, Naruto decided to try charging up the chakra in his feet mid-run, using it to jump from one tree to the next without breaking flow. His first few attempts were successful. His third, however, was not. Naruto failed to use quite enough chakra in his jump, and instead of launching himself onto the trunk of a nearby tree, he launched himself out into depressingly empty air. With a yelp, the boy fell a good 20 feet or so to the ground. He landed with a dull thud, the air knocked out of him. Are you okay? A quiet voice called out. Naruto jerked upright, looking around for a few moments before identifying the source of the sound. A figure some distance away, walking towards him. He picked himself up, dusting off. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto said, trying to be casual about it. I'm tough enough for a fall like that any day. The figure laughed as they stepped into view, a musical, tinkling sound. Now that Naruto saw the figure clearly, it was a slim-looking girl, her oval face framed by long bangs of sleek, black hair. Naruto had never really understood the whole girls thing. He had assumed it would be something he took an interest in later. Nevertheless, he found this particular girl breathtaking. He tried to stand a fraction taller. So, do you fall out of trees often then? She asked with a smile. Naruto was slightly surprised that such a remark failed to undercut him as it normally might. All the time, he said with a grin. I like to elbow barge the ground sometimes when it pisses me off, you know. The ground can be very rude sometimes, the girl agreed, nodding sagely. Naruto laughed, feeling strangely light for some reason. So, he said casually, what brings you out into the forest? The girl lifted her white cotton-covered arms to show Naruto the contents of basket. I'm collecting herbs to help heal my master, although I haven't found any thornroot flowers around here anywhere. They're supposed to be abundant in this area. Would you like some help looking? Naruto offered, trying not to sound too eager. Everyone always says you should help out a pretty girl. The girl giggled slightly. Sure, that would be nice. She extended a hand. I'm Haku. Naruto took the proffered hand, shaking it, enjoying the feeling of touching her skin. Naruto, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you. The two of them walked together for some time, scanning the undergrowth of the plant Haku had described, a small white flower with a deep brown stem. As they walked, they chatted quietly, Haku telling stories of her travels with her master. Apparently, they had only recently come to the land of waves. Naruto shared stories of his life in the Leaf Village, tactfully avoiding mention of the more traumatizing aspects of his childhood. You sure train a lot, Haku said quietly. You must be quite driven. Well, Naruto responded hesitantly. Let's just say I had some serious motivation. Haku nodded as though that half explanation made perfect sense to her. Yeah, I guess I know what you mean in a way. The two of them told stories of their adoptive siblings, Haku chuckling over the boneheadedness of Sasuke, Naruto laughing at her stories of Kimimaro. It sounds like you care for him very deeply, said Haku. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it sounds like you do too. Haku gave a small smile. He's the person who matters most to me in the world besides my master. Naruto could understand that. He felt similarly about Sasuke. Wow, your master must be really something if he matters even more than Kimimaro. Naruto murmured. Yes. Haku nodded with a slightly sad smile. Yes, he is. After walking together for some time, Haku found what she was looking for, pointing to a small flower at the base of a massive tree and stooping to harvest its roots with a small knife. Naruto held the basket for her as she worked, holding it out as she deposited the thorny brown stems into the small pile of plants. Thank you for this, Haku said quietly. Talking to you helped me think through some things, Naruto. She moved forwards and wrapped her arms around the boy in a hug. Naruto blushed bright red. Igiriga meto, he said, wrapping the one arm, not holding the basket around her back in turn. As the girl turned to leave, Naruto called quietly after her. Hey, can I see you again? He asked, try to think of some way to make the words not sound silly and childish. Haku turned slightly to look at him, another of those delicate smiles on her face. I only found enough thorn root for today's medicine. I'll be out here again tomorrow if you want to meet me. Sure, Naruto said with a grin. I'd love to. Without another word, the beautiful girl left. Naruto made his way back to the clearing by the stream and continued climbing, his thoughts a happy jumble. Kimimaro. Kimimaro gazed over at Haku as the small ninja began applying a bitter-smelling poultice to Zabuza's wounds. He didn't know why, but the other child had been positively glowing ever since going out to gather herbs. "What's got you so cheerful?" Kimimaro asked eventually. Haku blushed slightly, trying to hide it with a shrug. "Oh, nothing. I just met a nice boy today is all." Kimimaro took stock of his friend for a moment. "You got mistaken for a girl again, didn't you?" Haku reddened noticeably, his face shifting from its normal calm to indignation. "Well, that's not my fault," he retorted defensively. Zabuza gave a dry chuckle under the boy's ministrations. "It really is, Haku," he said quietly, a hand reaching up with some effort to flick at the sleeve of the boy's clothing. "What's with all the flowery white kimonos?" Haku went even redder as the other two laughed. Team 7. Naruto decided to head back to the village at around dusk, his body still filled with that strange, light feeling. He met up with the other two on his way back in. For some reason, their awkward romantic vibe didn't seem to bother him as much as it had done. "So, did you kiss?" he asked as they walked. Sasuke shrugged. "Maybe." Naruto turned to Sakura. "How was it? Did he suck?" Sakura smiled slightly and aimed a playful punch at his shoulder. "It wasn't so bad," she said quietly. Sasuke blanched, pointing a finger at the girl. "Not so bad. I'll have you know I'm the best damn kisser in the whole Leaf Village, Sakura." "Just ask Ino," Naruto muttered quietly behind him. "What?" Sakura exploded. "He kissed Ino." Sasuke went pale. "And no, never happened. Promise." Sakura gave Naruto a look that would have been classified as rank A intimidation technique had anyone else seen it. "You have 5 seconds to run, Naruto." 5, 4. "Gotta go," Naruto said hurriedly, heading towards the village at a sprint. Sakura didn't bother chasing after him. "There," she said quietly. "Now we're alone again." She slipped her hand into Sasuke's as they walked. "Did he seem weirdly cheerful to you?" Sasuke asked the girl as the two walked together towards the village. Tsunami wasn't quite sure how, but somehow Kakashi was able to walk well enough that evening to join the rest of the group for dinner. As they chattered loudly amongst themselves, eating hearty portions of that same fish broth, Tazuna had explained that fish was essentially the cheapest foodstuff available in the village at the moment. Kakashi took careful note of his students' altered chemistry, the strange cheer that pervaded them, the almost manic gleam in their eyes. "Oh God," he thought to himself, "now I have to deal with teenage romance. This is why I hate working with kids." After dinner, Naruto quietly approached Tsunami in her room to ask for her help. "Hey, Miss Tsunami," he asked, his voice quiet as he stood outside her door. "Can I ask you something?" The door opened slightly to let the boy in. "Of course, Naruto," she said gently. "What is it?" Naruto shuffled his feet nervously. I met this girl in the forest today. She was picking herbs and said her master was really sick. I was wondering if you might have something for him." "Ah," Tsunami said with a smile. "Do you like this girl by any chance, Naruto?" The boy hesitated, then nodded. "Well then, why don't you tell me what she was looking for, and I'll see what I have." Naruto grinned. "Thank you, Miss Tsunami. The only thing I know by name was thornroot, but there were also these purple flowers with little brown patches in the middles, and a weird-looking vine with leaves shaped like this. He took out his writing pad and sketched a rough picture. Hmm, the woman murmured thoughtfully. Considering those ingredients, if I have it right, it sounds like she's treating a pretty serious burn victim. Naruto felt himself grow a little colder. This land was so cold and dark in the mornings, not like a Wagakure had been at all. The height among the mountains had always meant sunlight in the mornings, and even though it had been cold at times, it had always been a crisp sort of cold. The cold here was wet, compounded by a heavy, bone-chilling fog that curled around his heels. The 16-year-old heaved a sigh. He missed his home sometimes. The young mercenary squared his shoulders. That was enough self-pity for the moment. This man, Gato, supposedly had a job for him. For now, that was enough. Deidara walked through the doors and into the large building, sighing appreciatively as a wave of warm, dry air washed over him. A servant met the young ninja at the entrance to a great hallway, bowing deeply and leading him to the master's rooms. Deidara followed with a smile. They sure knew how to treat great artists here, or maybe they just knew how to act with dangerous people in general. Deidara wondered idly who had taught them such respect. A door was opened in front of him, and without waiting for an invitation, Deidara stepped inside. Gato was a short man, old, with dark glasses and the look of a mobster. Deidara almost laughed. He wondered what such a man would make of his hands. The short man grunted where he sat as Deidara sat himself down casually. "You have no sense of decorum, do you, boy?" Gato said with a smirk. Deidara shrugged. "I just don't like wasting time. What's this job you want me to do?" Gato gave him a long stare. For all the world, it was almost as though the man was trying to intimidate him. Deidara grinned and gave his rebuttal, reaching down and resting the palm of his hand on the brim of one of the empty teacups that sat on the table between them. There was a crunching sound as the mouth in his palm began to chew at the teacup, breaking apart the thin, baked clay. Gato, to his credit, was only taken off balance for a moment or two on discovering that his new employee had mouths in his hands. He nevertheless decided to get to the point. "I recently received information that one of the mercenaries I hired to kill a bridge builder has been seriously injured. This man was expensive, and I have no wish to pay for the service he is no longer able to give. You're to kill this man as well as the target I had assigned to him. In exchange, I shall pay his fee to you instead." Deidara nodded absently, his hand continuing to crunch at the teacup between them. "Why don't you have some of your guys kill him then? I thought you said he was badly injured." Gato inclined his head slightly. "The man himself is, indeed, no threat to me. He is currently bedridden, and I doubt he will recover for some time. His companions, however, are both high-level shinobi with unknown abilities. While I could kill him relatively easily, it's his partners I need you for." The blonde ninja grinned. "I see. So then, tell me, what are the names of these people I am to kill?" Gato grinned in return. "The bridge builder is named Tazuna. He is guarded by an unknown force believed to be Hidden Leaf Shinobi. The mercenary is named Zabuza Momochi." Deidara's eyes widened. "Zabuza Momochi?" He dipped a hand into his pocket, pulling out a slightly battered Wagakure bingo book and flicking through it for a moment, finding the correct page and showing it to Gato. This Zabuza? The S-class criminal Zabuza. Gato nodded. What? Is it too much for you? Deidara shook his head with a laugh. No, just promise me that when I kill him, I get to take his body with me. I know a few people who could pay me a pretty penny for that guy's corpse. Haku. Haku emerged from his small room, basket in hand, about to head out. Flowery kimono again, I see. Called Zabuza quietly from his bed. Haku blushed, hunching his shoulders defensively. No, Zabuza, we must have been off base, said Kimimaro, preparing a pot of tea nearby. Haku gave him a thankful smile. It's a pink one this time, Kimimaro continued, teasing. That makes all the difference. Haku stomped out, his cheeks burning. Naruto. Naruto made his way to the clearing again, bidding a small goodbye to the confused Sasuke and Sakura. His stomach was clenched with nerves. Was Haku one of the enemy ninja? Or was she just another random girl with an inexplicably high level of medical knowledge, traveling the world with a recent burn victim? A girl whose height and voice, now that he thought about it, was a near-perfect match for the ninja that had carried Zabuza off. God damn it, he thought to himself as he waited, pacing the small clearing. Naruto sat down, trying to calm himself. The plan was relatively simple. Check to see if Haku was an enemy, and if she was innocent, give her the burn cream Tsunami had supplied him. If Haku actually was an enemy ninja, Naruto, try not to think too hard about what he'd have to do. He had planted 1 or 2 paper bombs on the nearby area regardless. Never miss an opportunity to set up the field. Hey there, stranger, called a quiet voice from the edge of the clearing. Naruto looked over and, despite himself, felt that warm lightness return once again, filling him inside and out. Hi, Naruto replied with a smile and wave, neither one of which felt forced. Any luck finding herbs? The girl nodded, lifting her basket for him to see. I had a better idea of where to look today, she said with a smile. So, I guess we just get to spend the day together, if that's okay with you. Naruto smiled broadly. That sounds perfect, he said happily, his concern over the girl's identity reduced to the smallest of trivialities in the back of his mind. He had obviously been being silly. This girl couldn't possibly be an enemy shinobi. I like your kimono, he said after a second, deciding to open the day with a compliment. For some reason, the girl rolled her eyes with an exasperated sigh. Well, at least someone does. She muttered. That caught Naruto on slightly the wrong foot. Oh, why? Does someone else not like it? He gestured to Haku, and the two began a walk together through the trees. Naruto carefully positioned himself just slightly behind her, slipping a kunai from his pouch as silently as he could. Ugh, Haku groaned as she walked in front. Naruto prepared to swing the blade, aiming it to pass just a half an inch or so behind her neck. If the girl was a civilian, he reasoned, she'd never even notice. My master and Kimimaro were teasing me about it early dash Naruto swung. Haku moved with surprising speed, even for a ninja, swaying her body to the side and catching Naruto's wrist in one hand. Why? Naruto asked. Does Zabuza not like pink? He tried to sound accusatory, but his words simply came out sounding hurt, Kimimaro. Kimimaro finished making the tea, sitting quietly as he waited for the liquid to cool. So, Haku had found himself someone nice to play with, had he? That was good. Kimimaro liked it when Haku was happy, and whoever this boy was, he had the capacity to make Haku smile that perfect smile. It was entirely by luck that Kimimaro survived the first explosion, the blast sending him hard against the solid kitchen wall. He felt his bones break, his arms and legs shattering. Kimimaro had decided some years ago that it was prudent to keep his skull and ribs reinforced at all times. It was the only reason he survived. He lay among the rubble of the hideout, feigning death as he quietly rebuilt his bones one at a time, laying out temporary structures of new bone to shore up the internal damage. Some of his organs had not fared particularly well in the blast. It was lucky that Kimimaro, despite having grown to care about something once again, still was not much able to bring himself to care about the pain. As Kimimaro watched through half-lidded eyes as a blond young man hopped down from a nearby tree, landing among the debris, the demolitionist cocked his head to the side, noticing Kimimaro. "Oh dear, this won't do at all. Your body's still all in one piece." He shook his head in annoyance, walking over and leaning down. "Please at least tell me you're dead. The artwork is a failure if it doesn't even kill those it hits." He reached down, pressing a finger to Kimimaro's jugular. Thinking fast, the fallen ninja erected a latticework of bone to block the blood flow within the vein. He felt himself begin to grow faint, his brain now running on a half supply of blood. The blonde ninja stood up once more, seemingly satisfied. "Well, that's something at least," he muttered to himself. "Better go check on the other corpse." Kimimaro quickly removed the obstruction from his jugular, feeling the dull, throbbing begin to subside. A few moments later, the demolitionist returned, a burned corpse held under his arm. "Got this one at least," said the blond man with a grin. "Now," he muttered, "before I forget, better leave something for the third guy. Let's see, where would be the biggest artistic statement? Something with symbolism. Oh, I know." He dropped the dangling man on the floor before moving back to Kimimaro. "You," he said conversationally, "get to be one last piece of artwork in motion, my friend. A commission for your old boss, in fact." He reached into a pocket, pulling out what looked like a small handful of clay and stowing it underneath Kimimaro's still form. "There we go," he said with a smile. "Now the moment your friend comes back and tries to move you, bang goes the detonating clay. Well, it's been fun. See you around, corpsey." With that, the blonde ninja stood, picked up Zabuza's corpse, and left. Kimimaro had to work fast. He was about to pass out, and if Haku got back before he was done, his friend could be badly hurt. Kimimaro could feel the clay substance pressing against his back. Going by what the man had said, Kimimaro had to maintain pressure on it in order to stop the detonation. Working as fast as he could, Kimimaro began to extrude spikes of bone from his back, growing them into the ground as anchoring spikes. He then proceeded to join each of the spikes together with a single solid plate of bone directly above the clay, with the spikes holding the plate in place. The pressure on the clay never changed. Instead, Kimimaro was forced upwards slightly. His bones would be very weak from the loss of structural matter for a while to come, but for the moment, Haku would be safe. His work done, Kimimaro allowed unconsciousness to take him. "Naruto!" Haku released the boy's wrist, taking a small leap back, dropping into a fighting stance. "How long did you know?" she asked, her own voice showing only a trace of sadness. Naruto raised his kunai defensively. "I didn't," he said quietly. "I just knew that you were a traveling girl. the same size as the one who saved Zabuza, and that you were gathering herbs used to treat burn victims. Haku winced. So that strike just now was a test. That's why your aim was off. You caught that? Naruto asked. Just how good are you? Haku sighed subtly. Better than you, I'm afraid. Goodbye, Naruto. It was nice meeting you. She charged. Naruto reacted with all the speed instilled in him in his training under Ebisu sensei. Every fight against Sasuke. He drew himself to the side, just in time for Haku's jab to pass where his shoulder had been just a moment earlier. Her hand, he noticed, was holding one of those long, thin needles she had used on Zabuza. Naruto responded with his own strike, aiming for the girl's midsection with the intent of using his instilled strength to knock the wind out of her. Haku leaped back gracefully, aiming the needle at him like a dart, right for his thigh. Naruto lacked the time to dodge this one, instead bringing his kunai down into the path of the projectile. It bounced off harmlessly into the grass. Naruto needed to end this fast. He was probably stronger, but this girl had speed on her side. Naruto raised his hands and summoned his chakra, triggering a paper bomb he had planted in the very center of the clearing. The detonation was too far away to cause any serious harm to the girl, but it caught her off guard, the shock wave strong enough to send her stumbling forward. Naruto capitalized on this single moment of engineered clumsiness and stepped forward, putting all his strength into a single, hard punch to Haku's stomach. The girl doubled over, wheezing as the air was forced out of her. Naruto took the opportunity and tackled her to the ground, pinning her arms and legs to the floor with his own. Haku coughed and retched under Naruto, her arms and legs fighting against his grip vainly. After a few moments, she recovered her breath and lay under him, gasping slightly. Haku looked up at Naruto with tears in the corners of her eyes, her cheeks flushed red. Please," she whispered quietly. Be gentle." Naruto went red in under a second. And now, wait a second, he spluttered reflexively. I'm not gonna dash. He didn't get to finish that sentence as Haku used his distracted embarrassment to wriggle a single leg free and plant a fierce kick between Naruto's legs. Even with all his trained resilience to pain, that blow got to him. He reflexively shifted forwards on top of the girl, freeing her other leg. Naruto barely maintained his grip on the girl's hands as he opened his mouth to retch in the pain-induced nausea. Haku bucked to the side under him, wriggling a hand free, a hand which somehow was already holding another of those thin needles. In one fluid motion, Haku struck, embedding the needle into Naruto's shoulder. His muscles jumped reflexively at the pain, and Haku used that to work her last hand free, squirming out from under him and standing up. I'm sorry, Naruto, Haku said quietly. I didn't want to have to hurt you like this, but you left me no choice. Still gagging slightly, Naruto tried to calculate the relative locations of the paper bombs in his head. There was one only 3 or 4 meters back from where the girl stood. He hoped to God that it wouldn't hurt her too badly as he made the sign. Haku saw what Naruto was doing and, with no real idea of where the paper bomb might be, chose to run straight for Naruto. The blast caught Haku mid-stride, throwing her a good 7 meters and sending Naruto rolling slightly. Naruto pushed himself to his feet with a groan, standing on shaking legs. Well, he said in a weak voice. I think we both got in a few good hits there. Haku pushed herself up from the ground, trembling slightly. A concussive blast was not a fun thing to be hit by. Yeah, she mumbled quietly. I'd say the score is about even so far. The girl began making hand signs, ones which Naruto recognized and began to emulate. She finished first. Wind style, great breakthrough. They both shouted in near unison, filling their lungs and sending two great waves of air roaring towards one another. The jutsu collided with a thunderous clap in the center of the clearing, the blast of air throwing both ninja off their feet. Naruto felt his back strike a tree painfully. Haku, he saw, was thrown bodily into the river, where she lay beneath the surface, apparently unconscious. Naruto stumbled forwards, crossing the clearing as fast as he could and wading into the waist-deep water. As Naruto reached the girl, her eyes flew open and she moved up through the water. Naruto had been half expecting this and already had a kunai ready. Haku pressed the tip of the needle against Naruto's throat just as the tip of Naruto's blade met hers. Both fighters were utterly silent for a moment, not sure what was meant to happen next. Eventually, Naruto snickered, a snicker that grew into a hearty laugh. What? Haku asked, confused. Naruto made a gesture with his free arm, a waving motion intended to capture the whole scene. Well, isn't this just like a scene from one of those terrible ninja movies the civilians keep making? Haku snorted. If it was, I'm pretty sure this would be the scene where the brave ninja and the valorous kunoichi realized they were in love the whole time, dropped their weapons, and started kissing each other. Naruto chuckled and gave an "I'm open if you are" gesture. The girl giggled slightly. Ah, damn it, she said with a pained smile. You're too cute to kill. It's like trying to stab a puppy. Haku looked sideways at him. A puppy that makes really lame jokes. She sighed. Weapons down in 3. Naruto nodded. Weapons down in 3. 1. Haku started. 2. Naruto continued. 3. Haku finished, both of them flicking their blades away from each other's throats, stowing them back in their respective sheaths. So, about that making out idea, Naruto quipped. Haku shoved him slightly. Don't push it, funny guy. The two of them slowly waded back to the dry ground of the clearing, laying under the weak midday sunlight to dry off. So, Naruto began, feeling slightly awkward. The girl I like is being paid to kill me, so that sucks. Haku chuckled a little. You think that's bad? I've just been hired to kill this really cute boy who just told me he likes me. Life sucks sometimes. They lay together in silence for some time. After a while, it began to rain. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Just a little. Haku joined him. I guess we should both head home then, huh? Haku said wryly. Yeah, Naruto agreed, his spirits falling like a stone. I guess so. Haku saw it. I guess we could meet up one more time. Tomorrow? If we both agreed never to tell a soul about it. Naruto couldn't help but smile a little. Yeah, one more day, he agreed, before heading back to Tezuna's house in the rain. Haku. The boy noticed the rubble from some distance away, his casual walk breaking into an all-out run in under a second. He lost patience with even that after a few moments, charging up the chakra under his feet and firing himself at the ruined house like a shot out of a cannon. The rain was still falling hard as Haku, whipped his head around, desperately searching for a sign of his master. He caught sight of Kimimaro lying among the rubble. Kimimaro! Haku shouted, tears streaming down his face as he threw himself down to his friend's side. Haku felt at the other boy's neck for a pulse, hoping against hope. Yes, there it was. It was weak, but his friend lived, at least for the moment. Haku shook his friend gently, trying to wake him. The boy mumbled quietly, quite unwilling to rouse himself. Haku tried again, harder this time, shaking the boy quite roughly. "Wake up, damn it!" Haku shouted hoarsely into the boy's ear. "Haku," mumbled Kimimaro, even now, barely conscious. Haku took his friend's face in his hands, praying silently that he would survive. "Kimi, thank God. Listen, you need to tell me Dash." He had to stop and slap the other boy a few times as he began to drift away again. "Listen, you have to tell me what happened to Master Zabuza. Where did they take him, Kimi?" It took the boy what seemed like an age to answer, a look of mild confusion crossing his face as he tried to think through the haze. "Bomber," he said after a long while. "W working for Gato. Took his corpse, killed Zabuza." Haku felt the last vestiges of heat that the rain had not taken drain out of him. He lay his head against his friend's chest, weeping in the pouring rain. Naruto. Naruto made it back to Dazuna's home a short while after Sasuke and Sakura, having stopped only to quickly yank the thin metal needle out of his shoulder, giving only a slight wince as he did so. He gave a few shrugs of the shoulder in question, quite surprised by the result. Either he had gotten extremely lucky during that fight, or Haku had intentionally aimed the jab to fall between the muscles and bone. Had the needle been a few millimeters closer, it would have pierced his subclavian artery and Naruto would be quite dead. Regardless, Naruto doubted he needed anything more than a band-aid. Naruto covered the slightly bleeding hole in his arm with a few field strips and made his way back to Tazuna and Tsunami's house. Despite the rain, it was still early in the day, and Naruto trained as best he could with the other two, trying to pretend that his mind was not focused on other things. Well, one other thing. He was trying as hard as humanly possible to think of a way to end this conflict that might be able to spare Haku. After a while, Naruto gave up training for the moment. His heart simply wasn't in it. Eventually, Naruto left the other two to it and went in search of a quiet place where he could think. He considered telling the others, feeling caught between his loyalty to Team 7 and his desire to see Haku again. He considered the possibility that it could be a trap and smiled. That at least was an issue he could try and solve. Naruto came to rest on the small stairway that led to the upper rooms of the cottage. He sat down and started to plan exit strategies. Tsunami. Tsunami had awoken from a morning nap to find that the children had come home early from their training exercises and had begun preparing a small lunch as they continued to spar in the main room. She wondered how they managed to maintain their energy sometimes. Tsunami had just finished simmering the fish when there was a loud knock on the door. Tsunami had learned during the past few years of operating her makeshift surgery that one could tell an awful lot about a situation from the way someone knocked on a door. Short, gentle knocks, for example, indicated a social call. Hard, rapid knocks? That tended to be something else. The fact that whoever was knocking was also shouting hoarsely at the door was another informative factor. Tsunami dropped the soup ladle into the pot with a clang and rushed to the door as fast as she could. Sakura and Sasuke stopped mid-fight, watching the doorway intently. Tsunami pulled open the door and saw a young-looking figure, dressed in a filth-covered kimono and holding a second, taller figure upright. "Please, you have to help him," Haku begged, face streaming with tears. Tsunami wasted no time. "You too." She gestured to Sasuke and Sakura. "Help carry the boy into my surgery. I have to scrub up." As the two young ninja helped the drenched child to carry her companion inside, Tazuna walked in from an adjoining room to investigate the commotion. At the same time, Naruto descended the stairs. Upon catching sight of the newcomer, the boy did something very odd. Moving so fast that he appeared to blur, the young ninja launched himself in front of Tazuna, raising a kunai to shoulder height as he faced the pale girl. "Naruto!" Everything felt still, all faces turned towards him, everyone awaiting an explanation. "Tazuna," he said curtly, "I will explain everything, but right now, you need to get out of this room. Trust me on this." After a few moments of hesitation, Tazuna turned and left the way he had come. Haku shrugged out from under her companion's arm, leaving Sasuke and Sakura to carry the limp boy. "Naruto, I promise," she said, trying in vain to control her quavering voice. "This is real. Kimimaro needs help." Naruto thought for a second. "Come with me," he said quietly. "We need to see Kakashi." "Sasuke, Sakura, keep an eye on the guy you're carrying. He's an enemy ninja." The two tensed, confused but alert. Naruto waited while Haku approached, not complaining as he lifted his kunai to her throat. He began to guide her up the stairs toward Kakashi's room. "What the hell are you doing here, Haku?" he asked. The girl shrugged, her eyes dead. "I'm here because I want to kill Gato. I thought you might be able to help." Kakashi. The silver-haired man sat in the bed. He had spent the last few days applying as much chakra as he could to his injuries to bolster his recovery. As a result, he was already able to sit upright, albeit with the aid of cushions. He was using this regained faculty to read one of the books he had brought with him. He heard a small voice out in the rain, followed by a commotion in the room below. He turned a page, ears pricked to the sound around him. As it turned out, his vigilance was unnecessary, the new visitor being brought to him instead. It was a young boy, although quite girlish in appearance, an impression reinforced by his choice of dress. Naruto stood behind the newcomer, a blade held close to his throat. Kakashi had seen many surprising things in his lifetime. So many, in fact, that having a prisoner abruptly presented before him failed even to register on his meter. "Hello," he said in a voice of perfect calm. "What can I do for you both today?" Naruto allowed the door to swing closed behind him. "Sensei, this is Haku, the ninja who rescued Zabuza during our fight. She says she wants to help with our mission." Kakashi gave the boy an appraising look. He certainly did seem to have had a rough day. His kimono was covered in stains and had more than one tear, and one didn't get a 1,000-yard stare like that without seeing something pretty bad. Kakashi sniffed the air slightly, traces of wood chips, clay dust, more than a little blood. So he asked quietly, "I'm guessing there was some kind of bomb." Naruto seemed surprised, but Haku just nodded, seemingly unsurprised. "Gato," he said in a quiet voice. He killed Master Zabuza." Although the boy's voice remained quiet, Kakashi noticed his hands begin to clench. A single tear rolled down the boy's dirt-streaked cheek. Ah, the silver-haired man realized. Now, this is starting to make sense. So what revenge? He asked simply. The boy nodded, his body trembling a little. Kakashi thought for a moment. Killing Gato was certainly an option. Since discussing the situation with Tizuna, it had begun to feel like it might be their only choice. Otherwise, the man would simply continue sending his mercenaries after the bridge, even after it was completed. Naruto, Kakashi murmured. Go check on the situation downstairs. From what I heard when this one was screaming outside, there's a boy down there in need of some help. Naruto didn't move. But Sensei, your dash. Kakashi sighed. I know, I'm injured. Haku, come here. I want you to sit down next to me so that I can keep a knife to your throat. Okay? The dark-haired boy nodded, moving quietly out of Naruto's unresisting grip, and sat himself down next to the injured ninja. The boy was even polite enough to offer Kakashi a blade. The man chuckled slightly. Thanks, I have my own. The young ninja shrugged and placed her needle back in its sheath. Go on now, Naruto, Kakashi said firmly, lifting his kunai to Haku's throat. I need to talk to Haku alone. Naruto hesitated, looking deeply conflicted before nodding his assent and heading outside. Now, then, Kakashi murmured quietly, can you tell me exactly how and why my student has feelings for you? The signs have been clear enough. The pupil dilation in Naruto's eyes, the slight trace of pheromones, and the slightly less blatant fact that they both had traces of one another's scent on their skin. Haku hesitated, the briefest flicker of residual emotion crossing the boy's face, before his face once again took on that hollow expression and, with a small shrug, he began to explain. Naruto. The rest of the day saw several things occur. Haku had descended the stairs freely about half an hour after being left with Kakashi, Sasuke moving past her to check on Kakashi. Naruto had used the time to inform his teammates of his actions over the past few days. Sakura had been angry. Sasuke had called him an idiot. Haku had moved into the small operating theater and had explained to Tsunami the situation as best she could, describing the wreckage she had found and the peculiarities of her friend's anatomy. While Tsunami worked to stabilize Kimimaro, the rest of the group had moved to evacuate the dwelling as fast as they could to a friend Tizuna said they could trust. They had first moved Tizuna and his grandson, coming back for Kakashi and Haku. Then, finally, they had returned for Tsunami and Kimimaro, Tsunami having insisted she be given time to get him ready to move. Later that evening, Tizuna's house had exploded. Gathering some effort, Kakashi had managed to summon one of his hounds, Pakin, who had observed the wreckage and watched as a blonde shinobi investigated the abandoned rubble. The dog had returned to them with an accurate facial sketch. Pakin was surprisingly good with a pencil. As they all sat, grouped together in a single cramped room of their new domicile, Team 7 and Haku began to make a plan. Team 7.5. The four ninja moved in silence through the nighttime air, Team 7 following closely behind Haku as they made their way towards Gato's compound. The plan was a foolish one, filled with uncertainties and dangers, but they had been left with no time. During their planning, Kakashi had pointed out that, having failed to assassinate Tizuna, the unknown demolitionist would likely set his sights on the nearly reconstructed bridge as his next target. Either that, or he would begin threatening the village. Given their best guess on how long it would take this unknown ninja to restore his jutsu, this meant they probably had until the following morning at the latest. They had been left with two options: attempt to defend the bridge against a foe who could strike from any direction, who only needed a single good hit to win, or they could press their own attack, utilizing the only two advantages they possessed: the fact that explosives likely functioned less optimally for defense than for attack, and the fact that Gato had no idea they knew where his secret compound was. A four-man assassination mission against an unknown number of enemies and at least one high-level ninja, or a flat-out defensive confrontation against the same unknown force. The three genin had all agreed, of the two terrible choices, this was the better. As the four young shinobi neared the compound, sticking as closely as they could to the shadows, their faces covered by cloth masks, a tiny four-legged figure darted towards them in the gloom. "Well, Packin'," Sasuke asked, "is the bomber in there?" "Yes," the dog grumbled. "I tracked him to the upper eastern corner of the building, and he doesn't seem to be moving. I'd say he's either asleep or guarding something. It's your choice whether we search the rest of the building first or target him directly. Ide rakumen fukuzin ongatu." Haku looked down at the small dog, her face chiseled from stone. "I want them both dead before we leave here," she said with a restrained iciness. Packin looked up at the girl with a sigh. "I've seen that look before, kid," he muttered. "That's the face most ninja have right before they make a mistake that gets them killed. Regardless, this is Sakura's call. She's the tactician here." Haku shot Packin a cold glare. "Noted," she said, her voice just a touch icier than permafrost. She turned to Sakura. "So, who do we go after first?" Sakura stood for a second, weighing her options. "Well, it's a safe bet that the bomber is the strongest person Gato has on his payroll, which means he's probably going to be the toughest one to take down. That means he's going to be the most likely to raise the alarm. So if we plan on being stealthy, we should take him on last." She mused before giving the others an uncertain look. "Right. Makes sense," Sasuke said. "I'm on board," Naruto agreed. Well-reasoned, Haku nodded. "In that case, let's take the ground floor first, before moving to the second. I suggest you let me in for a minute or two first. I have the most experience with stealth kills." Sasuke chuckled. "Hell of a girl you chose for yourself, Naruto." Naruto elbowed him in the side, blushing. Haku faded into the darkness, and for a few minutes, all was quiet. They watched the entrance to the compound intently, waiting with bated breath for something, anything, to happen. After a few minutes, with a violent crashing bang, the upper easternmost wing of Gato's compound exploded. "Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have let the recently traumatized, angry girl go in there alone," said Sasuke before all four of them ran for the entrance. Gato's compound was the site of a bloodbath. Every corridor held another corpse, each with a number of small, needle-sized holes in their necks and chests. What amazed Naruto was not the number of the kills, but rather the total silence in which they had all been committed. They found the stairs and dashed up them, following the earth quaking bangs that echoed still from the upper levels. They raced down a corridor through a small sitting room. Then they found Gato's corpse. Haku hadn't made it quick for him. In the brief moment that Naruto had to look, he counted at least 10 needle holes. "Packin'," Sakura said quietly. Can you tell us where the bomber is now? The hound sniffed the air a few times, turning his head from side to side, before raising his paw to point. Pretty much a straight line in that direction, minus all the walls in the way, he said. Is Haku close by? Naruto asked. Pakin cocked his head quizzically. Define close. Haku. Haku had to admit, trying this alone had been a mistake. Perhaps he should have retrieved the others before confronting the bomber. As it happened, Haku was pretty sure he could have taken the guy in a straight-up, close-quarters fight. But as it turned out, Kakashi's guess had been totally wrong with regard to how long the man had to wait before he could reuse that jutsu of his. Haku was having difficulty finding an opening to get in close with the bastard throwing out explosives every few seconds. Haku had managed to catch some respite in hiding behind an overturned table, but the bomber was bound to find him sooner or later. With every handful of that strange clay he threw, there was less cover to hide behind. Are you going to come out, little killer? The bomber asked, throwing yet another explosive at a pile of fallen timber. Haku covered his ears as the blast hit and the whole building shook. You know, funny thing, said the blond man casually, his voice strangely soft to Haku's, still ringing ears. I'm pretty sure the only place left that's big enough for you to hide behind is that table. Haku felt himself seized by a cold dread. So this was how he was going to die, huh? He couldn't even avenge his master. Wait, no. Haku was going to kill this person no matter what. Haku rose from his hiding place, taking a moment to fill his hands with as many needles as he could manage. The bomber was just a few meters away from him, a piece of that blasted clay in his hand, this time shaped into a small, bird-like figurine. The two faced one another, each waiting for the other to dare make the first move. There was a muffled shouting noise a few rooms away, followed by a series of crashes. Strange, Haku had been quite sure he'd killed everyone. A few moments later, there was another shouted exclamation, this one far less muffled. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Both ninja turned their heads in the direction of the shout in alarm, just a fraction of a second before the wall near the bomber was disintegrated by a roaring sphere of pure destruction. Haku had to admit the bomber had good reflexes. He doubted even he would have been able to dodge that in time, but the bomber had jumped in the wrong direction, and now he was within melee distance. Naruto. The three ninja raced through the path cleared by Naruto's Winjutsu, stopped short by one final wall. Sasuke took the initiative this time. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He roared, firing off a blast in the direction Pakin had advised. It tore through the wall like a fireball through expensive lacquered paneling. Naruto thought he heard some on the other side give a yelp of perfectly understandable fear before he pelted inside through the freshly made entrance. Naruto glanced to the left. Nothing, just a few destroyed bits of furniture and a hole where the roof had been. He glanced to the right and saw Haku standing over a terrified-looking teenager, just a few years older than he was. Naruto could clearly see the several long, silver-colored needles poking out of the boy's arms at odd angles. He was cowering in a corner as Haku rained jab after jab down on him with those tiny blades. Naruto found it strangely disheartening, instruments of precision being used to deliver such a messy death. Sakura rushed forwards, intending to pull Haku back from the screaming bomber. only to find Sasuke's arm holding her in place. "Why are you stopping me?" she asked in a shriek. It wasn't Sasuke who answered. "Because we don't want anyone stopping us when it's our turn to fight Itachi," Naruto said quietly to her, stepping forward and putting a hand on Haku's back. The girl looked up from her victim, anger painting her face, her mask having fallen off in the course of the fight. "If you even think of stopping me, she started, but Naruto shook his head. "No, I'm not a hypocrite," he said. Just use one of these instead, okay?" He held out one of his kunai. "Gato was the one paying him, but you can at least make it quick for this one." Haku hesitated for several long moments before taking the knife from Naruto. "Fine," she muttered eventually. "We'll be waiting outside," the boy said quietly as Haku turned back to her wild-eyed victim. As he walked away, Sasuke moving beside him with his hands over Sakura's ears, they heard the boy give a few last desperate pleas before, with a sharp, wet sound, he fell silent. The three of them waited outside the compound for Haku to return, Pakin having set off to give Kakashi his report already. It took some time, Haku apparently having decided to set the place on fire before she left. After about 10 minutes, the door opened and Haku stepped out, looking utterly drained. She stumbled slightly and Naruto moved forward to catch her. Placing his arm under hers to support her, she sagged against him. Naruto ended up carrying Haku on his back as they headed towards the village. He pretended not to notice the wet patches on his neck where her tears were soaking through his clothes. At some point in their trip, she fell asleep, and upon their return, Naruto wordlessly lay her down in his camping bed, before curling up on the floor next to Haku. The boy awoke feeling surprisingly well rested, his memory foggy. Opening his eyes, the first thing the boy saw was the sleeping form of Naruto a foot or so away. It appeared that the other boy had sacrificed his bedroll to give Haku somewhere to sleep. Why had he done that? Haku wondered. He wasn't worth that much trouble. He was just a failure of a servant who couldn't even protect his master. He was nothing. "So, you're awake," said a voice nearby. Haku looked around and saw the silver-haired teacher ninja sitting on a chair by the wall. The boy sat up in bed. "So, what happens to me now?" he asked, only vaguely curious. Kakashi seemed to ponder the question for a moment before he replied. "I really think that depends on you," he said. "I certainly can't leave you and your friend here in good conscience. I have a feeling you'd either start hunting everyone Zabuza ever hated or kill yourselves." Haku canistered this, then eventually nodded. "What point is there for a tool that doesn't follow its master's will?" "Bit of advice, Haku," said Kakashi. "You aren't the first kid 4E seen who didn't feel like they had a value." "But I don't," said Haku without emotion. Surely it was a simple fact that without Zabuza, there was no one around with a use for him anymore. "No one has any use for me now." Kakashi leaned forward in his seat with a grunt of pain. "Listen to me, Haku. You're a smart boy, so you really need to stop being stupid right now." Haku cocked an eyebrow, confused. Where was his error? "I happen to know that Naruto, at the very least, would be quite saddened if you died. I don't know about Zabuza, but I'd hazard a guess that your friend, Kimaro, was it? I have a feeling that he'd care if you died too. Your use right now, Haku, is to live and be happy, because if you didn't, then these people who have come to care about you would be sad." Haku considered this, feeling just a trace of warmth in his body for the first time since hearing of Zabuza's death. Hey, are you saying that I belong to Naruto now? Haku asked, trying only half-heartedly to conceal the tone of hope in his voice. Kakashi hesitated, sitting still for a very long while as he pondered how to answer. In a sense, yes, you do. Although I know Naruto would never like the idea of owning you. It's a part of how people work, Haku. Our lives don't belong to us. They belong to the people who care about us, for whatever stupid reasons they choose, because if we die, if we fail, it's them we really hurt. I don't really think anyone truly lives for themselves, just the self that others perceive. Does that make sense, Haku? Haku nodded it did. He felt the warmth in his chest grow a little brighter now. In that case, I'll do everything in my power to make Naruto happy. Kakashi smiled slightly. Maybe you should phrase that a little differently. I know you like him, remember? Haku went a little red at that. If that's what Naruto wanted I dash, Kakashi held up a hand to stop him. Okay, he said quietly. First up, that's something you should talk about with Naruto. I want no part in it. Although, I will demand that you tell him you're a boy before too much longer. Before his crush on you gets too much deeper. Haku, still blushing furiously, nodded quietly. However, Kakashi continued. I think there is one more thing you need to do for your old master first. Haku looked up at the silver-haired ninja, curious. One last task. Kakashi shook his head. No, not quite. You need to let yourself grieve for him. If you don't do that, who will there be left for him to have mattered to? Haku nodded. That would not be so difficult. He simply had to let out the pain he had been refusing to feel since it happened. Haku searched within himself and opened the door to his grief. Naruto. There was no celebration, no great parade to victory against Gato. Instead, the people of the village seemed to move with perhaps a little more certainty in their stride. Tazuna began to work on his bridge once again, and the workforce willing to assist him swelled rapidly. Within a week, they expected the bridge would be finished. Some of those same workers came together, tearing down the bombed-out ruin of the old cottage where the small family had lived, beginning to build anew in its place. For the first time since they had arrived, Naruto noticed Inari, Tsunami's son, had actually begun to smile. In passing, Naruto had heard the boy say, I want to be an assassin, like you guys. Naruto hadn't been sure how to feel about that, and had sat the boy down. Listen, Inari, he said quietly. Your mom's a healer, your granddad is a builder. You could be so many cool things. Just please, promise you won't kill people just to be like me. Inari had seemed sad, but had nodded quietly. Haku had cried near nonstop for the first few days since the mission, clinging to either Naruto or Kimaro as she wept. He had done what he could to comfort her. After some time, Naruto and Sasuke had approached Tazuna. The old man had seen them approach as he and his men worked on the bridge. Hey to their kiddos, what can I do for you boys? He asked jovially as he stood from his work, wiping the sweat from his brow. Well, Naruto said awkwardly, not entirely sure how he should start. We won't make an investment, Sasuke said shortly. An investment? The old man asked, his eyebrows cocked. Sasuke nodded. From what we heard, this place used to be an important trading center before Gato took over. We want to help you get back on your feet. Tazuna laughed. Well, that's very kind of you boys. But to be honest, it's going to take a lot more than what you two can offer to make a difference here. Naruto snickered. I doubt that. Tazuna gave him a curious look, and he expounded. I'm the orphan son of two high-level Leaf Village ninja. One of them was the Hokage. Surprisingly, that job pays pretty well. I have cash to burn. And I'm a last member of the Uchiha bloodline, Sasuke added. Legally, I am entitled to all the wealth and assets of one of the wealthiest clans in the Leaf Village. Tazuna sat down, patting the floor beside him. Well, I'm not the kind of fool who'd say no to an offer like this. How much were the two of you thinking of investing? The two boys sat down on either side of Tazuna, leaning in to whisper numbers quietly in his ears. Tazuna's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. That was more money than was left in the entire Wave Village. W with that we could, Tazuna trailed off in disbelief. You could purchase the first few shipments of tradable goods, Sasuke suggested. Maybe hire convoy protection to help deal with bandits, Naruto advised. Hire messengers to spread the word that the Wave Village is open to trade once more, Sasuke continued. You know, small things, Naruto finished smiling. Tazuna sat, utterly astounded. This would speed up the village's recovery by a factor of 3, at least. What could the village ever possibly give you boys in return for this? Tazuna asked quietly. A continual percentage of the village income, Naruto said promptly. Call it 10% on a monthly basis. Sasuke nodded. And at some point, we want the Wave to maintain a private residence for us in the village, preferably without telling anyone about it. Tazuna nodded, dumbfounded. That was a minute cost when he compared it to what the boys were offering. I'll have to ask the others, but I can't imagine they'd object. Just to be clear, Sasuke said, we don't want anyone to know about the place you make for us outside of those in the Wave Village. Just leave a key and a note with the address in the bridge somewhere. Tazuna nodded. Sure. He pointed to a plank that his laborers were busy nailing in place. I'll hollow that plank out and leave the stuff in there. Sasuke nodded, noting the location. The two boys stood. Well, I think that's everything, said Naruto. We expect your response before we leave. The boys left, leaving Tazuna utterly shell-shocked. A few days later, Tazuna had whispered in Sasuke's ear that the deal had been accepted. Sasuke told him to expect the money in about a month. After Haku had finally stopped her continual weeping, she had gone mostly silent, staring off into the distance, and only really speaking when spoken to. Naruto had asked what she planned to do now, and she had said she and Kimaro intended to travel with him to the Leaf Village, where they hoped to find steady employment. Naruto had felt his spirits leap at that. Kakashi and Kimimaro both steadily recovered, and after a time, both were healthy enough to travel. So the group had set off, leaving the land of waves behind them. The journey was set to take a week or so, making allowances for the pace Kakashi and Kimimaro could manage. No one seemed to mind the slowness of their journey, and the group talked casually among themselves as they walked. On the third night of their trip, the group actually was attacked by bandits. The same kind of bandits they had originally been paid by Tazuna to deal with. The battle was almost laughably easy, more of a bonding experience than a true combat scenario after all that had happened. They had left the bandits tied together by their hands, waiting for the patrols that ran the length of the recently re-entered land of fire to pick them up. On the final day, as they approached the village hidden in the leaves, Naruto bundled up his courage, taking Haku aside as they walked. Hey, he started, staring at his feet. I, I, uh, I really like you, Haku, and I was wondering if you maybe wanted to go out sometime. Naruto's face was beet red. He had been wrong to think badly of Sasuke and Sakura. This was hard. Haku smiled, blushing slightly. Yeah, I like that too, she said quietly. There's just one thing you should know first. There was a visible hesitation as Naruto waited for Haku to elaborate. Eventually, she sighed and leaned over, taking Naruto's cheek in her hand and pulling him around slightly to place a soft kiss on his lips. It was surprisingly gentle, and Naruto felt a strange warmth filling him. He liked it. I'm a boy, Haku said quietly as she broke away. Naruto didn't compute that statement for the first few seconds, still reveling in the feeling of the kiss. Okay, wow. That felt really... Wait, what? Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage stood in his office with Kakashi, giving the wounded man a frustrated look. So let me get this straight, he started. Kakashi winced. Those words never meant good things coming from Hiruzen. I sent you and your team off on a routine escort mission, and you returned nearly 3 weeks later, having ended the careers of 2 S-ranked criminals and towing behind you not one, but 2 users of Kekkei Genkai previously thought to be extinct. Not only that, but both of them want to join the Leaf Village. Is that everything? Kakashi shrugged. That's pretty much the shape of it. Yeah, he said, deciding for the moment not to mention that one of the 2 new ninja was becoming quite seriously attached to Naruto. Well then, Hiruzen huffed. I only really have one question for you, Kakashi. Why is it always you that does this? Seriously, between you and Guy, I half expect every mission you go on to end with a battle against Orochimaru. Kakashi sighed. My lord, if I knew, I would tell you. It frustrates me as deeply as it does you. Hiruzen sagged slightly. Damn, I was hoping this was some kind of joke. Fine, you may leave. I have to sort out a team capable of supervising 2 valuable but dangerous new Leaf shinobi. Kosuke Mariboshi. The old man wandered quietly through the woods that skirted the village, collecting whatever wild herbs he came across. He had come across a singularly unfortunate wild rabbit earlier that he planned to make into his supper. As Kosuke approached his usual dining spot, a tiny clearing on a cliff that overlooked the village, he began to peel the vegetables he had gathered. Kosuke's teammates were often amazed by his seemingly uncanny ability to find good quality vegetables to cook with seemingly anywhere. His secret was in fact quite simple. In the 50 years that he had been a genin, Kosuke had taken to planting patches of vegetables in opportune locations throughout the many lands he visited. The man simply had a map to his garden, the largest garden in the world. Sitting down at his clearing, Kosuke built a small campfire before setting about preparing his dinner. This was his routine most nights. After all, the best way to retain the skill of living off the land was to never stop doing so. As the sun began to set, Kosuke heard a small rustling behind him and, with a smile, turned to greet his dinner guest. Kosuke's clearing was well known among many of the Jonin and Shunin in the Leaf, and it was rare that he ate his dinners alone. "Good evening, Lord Third," Kosuke said with a smile. "What can this humble genin do for you tonight?" Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen smiled in slight humor at Kosuke's use of the word. While he may be a uniquely skilled ninja, Kosuke was indeed the humblest man he knew. "If you would be so kind, I am sorely tempted by that stew you have brewing," said the Hokage. "I don't suppose it could use some of this wild burdock root I found on my way here." Kosuke smiled. It was an unwritten law between them that one never visited the clearing empty-handed. "You know, my lord, I think that might be exactly what it needs." The two old men sat in a companionable silence while the rabbit gently simmered in its pot. "You know," said Hiruzen eventually, "you are without a doubt the single most capable and experienced genin in the entirety of the Leaf Village." Kosuke sighed. "My lord, if this is another offer for a promotion, I would once again like to decline." Hiruzen waved his hand in a calming gesture. "No, Kosuke. I promised last time that I would let you come to me if you ever change your mind. I mention your skill because, for once, having a genin with the talents of a jonin is to everyone's advantage." Kosuke looked across at the other man, curious. "In what way?" he asked. "We have a pair of rather unusual young ninja who just joined us recently, and they require a somewhat unique team formation in order to work with us," Hiruzen said carefully. Kosuke nodded, stirring the thick broth between them with his ladle. "Elaborate," he said quietly. The Hokage hesitated slightly, staring into the setting sun. The two apprentices of the recently deceased Zabuza Momochi. Both are untested, but probably at least Chunin level, and each has an advanced Kekkei Genkai. I have fears that they might be able to overpower any Jonin I pair them with, so I feel it is safer that the other Genin on their team be able to provide meaningful support. Kosuke sighed. "So, you want me to watch over a pair of children in case I have to kill them?" "The idea pains me, Hiruzen." The man dropped the honorific, addressing his old friend as nothing more than that. "No, Kosuke," the Hokage replied. "I had hoped you knew me better. I want you there to be able to restrain the children, not kill them. And I want you with them because you have always been one of the kindest men I know, and these children need someone to guide them. Someone who not only wants to help, but knows enough about losing people to be able to help." There was a long silence between them then. "I am sorry," Kosuke said. "I misjudged you." "That is quite all right, my friend," Hiruzen replied quietly. The two old men ate their dinner amicably as they watched over the village in the light of the setting sun. The next day, Kakashi. Kakashi Ataki was quite sure he was being punished for something, although for what and by whom, he wasn't entirely sure. The first of his tribulations had come early that morning, when Kakashi had been awoken by a thunderous banging on his door and the sound of Mato Guy shouting at him from outside. Kakashi dragged himself from his bed, still dressed in his kanai patterned pajamas and comfortable sleeping mask, and limped over to the door to open it. "Ah, good, you're already awake," said his friend cheerily. "I heard you were injured. Thought I'd come take a look." Kakashi yawned widely and took a few steps backward, letting his rival step inside before closing the door and peeling off his shirt to give the other man a clear view of his injuries. Guy said, looking him over. "Those are some pretty bad burns you got there. How badly is your performance hit? Kakashi sighed. I'm down to about 1/3 of my maximum speed for now. It's probably going to take a while to get back to where I was. Nonsense, said Guy, slapping him on the back energetically and sending small spasms of pain through Kakashi's body as he hit one of the more serious wounds. You just need some of Team Guy's special recuperative training. Whereupon, he had dragged Kakashi, still dressed in his pajamas, to a nearby training ground where 3 genin waited. Good morning, Sensei. The 3 students greeted Guy, giving Kakashi curious looks. Good morning, team, shouted Guy exuberantly. This man you see behind me is my best friend and eternal rival Kakashi Hitaki. He recently suffered severe burns to almost 1/3 of his body. I want you 3 to fight him. Guy, wait a sec dash, Kakashi started, alarmed, and had to stop short as one of the 3, a boy the 2 friends had discussed previously by the name of Rock Lee, hurled himself forwards in a spinning kick. Kakashi threw up his hands to block with a yelp. I sincerely respect your choice of attire, shouted Lee, unleashing a barrage of lightning-fast punches and kicks that Kakashi, in his weakened state, struggled to dodge. What? Kakashi asked, completely wrong-footed. No, this is my sleepwear. Gaka didn't let me go. Would you stop punching me? Sensei, are you quite sure about this? Asked another of Guy's students, a Hyuga boy dressed in a white robe. Are you sure it's okay for us to beat up a severely injured man? He makes a very good point. Kakashi yelped as, with great effort, he forced Lee back a few paces. Don't be silly, Niji, Guy said with even more of his boundless energy. This man's a jonin. He can take any punishment you can dish out. Guy, I really don't dash, Kakashi started, before being cut off as the other 2 genin joined the fray, proceeding to beat the wounded man into a pulp as Guy shouted enthusiastic encouragement to both sides of the mismatched engagement. Guy had been forced to carry Kakashi bodily back to his apartment an hour later, laying him down his bed. Good session, Kakashi. I'll see you same time tomorrow morning. You'll be recovered in no time. I hope you die, Kakashi mumbled quietly as the other man left, drifting into unconsciousness. Hours later, Kakashi was woken by another knock on the door. Kakashi-sensei? Called Naruto from outside. Thank God. Someone comparatively normal. Come in, he said as loudly as he could manage. The door's not locked. Naruto walked in, turning on the light as he entered. Holy crap, the boy gasped as he saw his teacher lying in bed, gaze unfocused and bleeding from more than one location. What happened? Mado Guy's incredible recuperation training, Kakashi mumbled bitterly. Could you call a medical ninja, please? Naruto did so, and a harried-looking individual in a white coat arrived shortly afterwards as Naruto set himself to work in the kitchen. Kakashi gave the boy a quizzical look as the medic saw to his wounds, agreeing to return tomorrow after Guy was through with him once more. After the medic left, Naruto came out of the kitchen with a bowl of some rich-smelling soup. Judging by the state of you, I assumed you hadn't had the opportunity to make some food before you got your ass kicked, sensei. Kakashi let the phrasing slide, taking the food appreciatively. Naruto turned away as his sensei ate, respectfully avoiding looking under his teacher's mask. So, Naruto, Kakashi said, after he finished his meal, which had been surprisingly good. What can I do for you on our mutual week off? Well, Naruto said hesitantly, Ah, I recently found out that Haku is a boy. Kakashi screamed internally. He hoped to whatever god might exist that this was not going where he thought it was. And he asked his tone level. And he told me right after I asked him out, right after he said yes. Naruto said quietly, blushing. Kakashi sighed slightly. Yep, this was exactly what he thought it was. Well, Naruto, if this information upsets you, I'd say you're within your rights to cancel the outing. No one's forcing you to date a boy. Oh, Naruto said, that's the thing, sensei. I'm kind of still interested a little. Kakashi wondered why in God's name this kid had chosen to come to him with this. What made the boy think he would be a source of good advice on the topic? Well, there's nothing wrong with liking boys, Naruto. You don't need to dash. Naruto cut him off. But I don't like boys. He protested. At least, I don't think I do. I like girls. I just like Haku too, I guess. Kakashi's internal screaming resumed. Fucking teenagers. Naruto, have you heard of something called bisexuality? The boy shook his head. Well, bisexuality is what you call it when someone likes both boys and girls. And again, there's nothing wrong with it. Naruto nodded slowly. And how do I know if that's what I am? Kakashi resisted the urge to face palm, primarily because it would probably hurt in his current condition. I have absolutely no idea, Naruto. I'm straight, not bisexual, and thus have no idea how you might be able to tell. If you want my advice, try going out with Haku if you want. See if it feels natural. If it ever starts feeling like something you don't like or don't want to do, then you might have your answer. If it doesn't start feeling like that, then I guess that's your answer too. Naruto nodded slowly. That makes sense. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. The boy turned to leave. Just before he reached the door, Naruto turned back to his teacher. Sensei, if your friend is coming back to beat you up again tomorrow, should I come back to make you lunch again? You shouldn't try to cook when you're injured. That would be very much appreciated, Naruto. The boy left, leaving Kakashi undecided on whether he was his new favorite or least favorite student. Kakashi awoke early the following day, dressing in silence and moving towards the window, which he attempted to open. It was very firmly jammed closed. Guy must have been expecting that. Kakashi had no choice. He had to use the door. The silver-haired ninja gritted his teeth, hoping against hope that he would open the door to an empty terrace. Good morning, Kakashi, shouted the jovial voice the moment he touched the doorknob. Are you ready for morning training? Kakashi groaned weakly. Might skip it today, he tried. Didn't sleep well. There was a silence outside before the ominous voice asked, Do I have to break this door down, Kakashi? Pitifully, Kakashi Hitaki opened the door, handing himself over once again to the tender mercies of his best friend's personal lynch mob, Kosuke. The old man waited at the small cafe early in the morning, sipping a cup of cafe au lait. He knew this place of old, and it was, he knew for near certainty, responsible for some of the finest coffee in the Leaf Village. Were better to meet his new teammates. Hiruzen had provided Kosuke with a list of available Jonin team leader candidates, and had asked him to make the final unofficial decision on who would be leading this ramshackle new ninja team. Kosuke watched as the two young ninja entered. Their faces would have been quite recognizable even if he hadn't memorized them. The Haku boy wore his hair long, hanging in thick lines that framed his pale face, while Kimimaro Kagaya wore the trademark red dots on his forehead that Kosuke remembered from his experiences against the mist in the last Great War. Both boys were far too pale and far too quiet to pass for Leaf villagers, he thought. At least, not without the icy pale eyes of the Hyuga clan as an explanation. The two stood in the entrance, examining the interior of the cafe and presumably scanning the early morning clientele for their new teammates. This was the first of Kosuke's tests. Could they identify a ninja among civilians? For this purpose, he had chosen to forego his usual equipment, instead wearing a simple shirt and pants. The Yuki boy caught Kosuke's eye and nodded to him. Kosuke greeted the newcomer with a smile and a small wave, and the two young ninja approached. "Good morning, Sensei," said the dark-haired boy formally as he sat across the table from Kosuke. "I look forward to working under you." The white-haired boy nodded silently. Kosuke chortled slightly. "Teacher? No, I'm your new teammate. I'm a genin, like you boys." He waved over the waiter, a quiet young girl with a kind face. "Would either of you care for some breakfast? The pancakes here are wonderful." Kosuke's new teammates were giving him very strange looks from across the table. "You're a genin?" asked Kimimaro, clarifying.